ban on Muslim immigrants. Hillary Clinton also took shots at the presumptive Republican nominee.
We want somebody who can protect us and work with the rest of the world. Not talk about building walls, but building bridges.
She and Bernie Sanders were campaigning in Kentucky.
We are going to create an economy that works for all of us.
Now, Democrats in Kentucky and Oregon vote tomorrow.
Sanders was favored to win in Oregon on Tuesday, but a new poll has Clinton ahead there by 15 points, though that could be an abnormality, especially when you take into account the number of independent voters in that state. It's a closed primary, but there's been a surge of unaffiliated voters registering as Democrats so that they can vote tomorrow.
That's Fox's Kristen Fisher. Two Democrats on the House Benghazi committee are attacking Chairman Trey Gowdy, saying that Gowdy's ignoring statements by his own former lawyer indicating the U.S. military acted properly on the night of the deadly attacks in 2012 in Libya that left 4 Americans dead. Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
This morning in Chicago, we have clear skies, 47 degrees. And good morning, I'm Mike Scott on AM 560. The Answer. American Airlines says it had to provide cots for passengers overnight at O'Hare. They say passengers missed their flights because they had to wait for more than 2 hours to try and get through security lines that snaked through the airport. Spokesperson for the airline did not say how many passengers missed their flights last night, forcing them to spend time at the airport. Now this morning, the lines are even longer at O'Hare, and authorities with the TSA and elsewhere are saying you need to get to the airport at least 2.5 hours in advance. Authorities say 2 were found fatally shot inside an SUV on a Chicago area highway. Illinois State Police releasing a statement saying the shooting occurred around 4 a.m. in the northbound lanes of I-90 on the northwest side. A silver Chevy Tahoe stopped in a lane with a male driver and a female passenger found inside. The 2 were from Waukegan, 43-year-old Eric Taylor and 36-year-old Camille Cooley. It is the 18th Chicago Expressway shooting this year. Chicago police say a 16-year-old girl has been fatally stabbed on the city's south side. The teen stabbed in the upper chest late Saturday evening. DeKayla Danbury was pronounced dead at Stroger Hospital. Chicagoans enduring the coldest May 15 in 120 years. National Weather Service say temps during the morning yesterday dropped to 35 at O'Hare. That ties the record low set in 1895. Governor Bruce Rauner's vision of a 2-year budget compromise with Democrats is becoming more difficult to accomplish as the clock ticks down on this year's legislative session. Rauner is asking for pro-business and other legislative changes as part of a budget compromise. While Rauner remains optimistic, Democrats who control the legislature and the General Assembly have largely dismissed his ideas that anything can be done before the May 31 session deadline. Sunday hockey found the Blues over San Jose 2-1 in Game 1 of the Western Conference Finals. Brian Elliott stood tall in goal. Yankees over the White Sox 7-5. Pirates over the Cubs 2-1, spoiling a early no-hit bid by John Lester. Kyle Lowry 35. Toronto dispatched Miami to move on to the NBA's Eastern Conference Finals. Jason Day, the golfer of the weekend, winning the Players' Championship at the TPC at Sawgrass. The news, a service of Oscar Mayer beef hot dogs. When you think back to your favorite foods growing up, hot dogs are always on the list, especially Oscar Mayer hot dogs. But as you get older, you want to start eating a little more like a grown-up. That's why Oscar Mayer jumbo beef hot dogs are made with the great grown-up taste of 100% Angus beef. So enjoy childhood. 5:05, time to check the climate of your business with aircomfort.com. 80 years of quality mechanical solutions for your business. And a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
This election season, whether you're never Trump.
I'm just not ready to do that at this point.
Or only Trump.
I would love to beat them. I would love to beat them.
Or just simply, what the Trump.
This is almost like an arranged marriage. We thought we were going to marry somebody else. We're now going to marry Donald Trump.
Keep it here as we make radio great again.
I don't like Donald Trump. I don't think he's a conservative, but I do think he is better than Hillary Clinton.
Donald Trump wasn't my first choice.
On AM 560.
It has gotten so out of control.
The Answer.
Hey,
Hey, protecting your family and Second Amendment rights is important. You need the proper equipment and training from DS Arms. As an actual manufacturer of AR-15 and FNFAL type rifles, they also stock all major brands of firearms, including handguns and every accessory imaginable for self-defense, target shooting, and hunting. Ladies, get your concealed carry license plus basic and advanced training in a family-friendly environment with girlfriends, loved ones, even mom. Everything's provided, including a firearm for only $225. For custom rifles made in America or concealed carry firearms training classes, make DS Arms your team. It's great being an American and supporting your Second Amendment rights and American manufacturing jobs. With nearly 3 decades of experience, DS Arms has you covered. DS Arms, much more than a gun store. It's easy to reach in Lake Barrington, just off of Route 14 and Pepper Road. Call 847-277-7260 or visit dsarms.com.
5:06 in our Guardian Security Services Traffic Center. The latest on the morning drive. Here's Jim Talamonte.
Good morning, Mike. Things are looking great on the expressways and tollways. No problems to report on the Edens or the Kennedy right now. Overnight work is wrapping up on the Ontario feeder. No problems there. The Eisenhower, the Stevenson, and the Ryan are good. The Illinois tollways have no problems right now. The Indiana Toll Road does have construction delays in both directions. In Porter County, it's heavy eastbound from 94 to State Road 49, westbound from before 49 to the Portage exit, then both ways east of 421 to the Port County. It's slow with only one lane open each way. But again, elsewhere, the expressways and tollways right now look great. Traffic is a service for Illinois Partners for Clean Air. There's a lot going on in and around the city and a lot of good reasons to ride public transit. You'll gain peace of mind by saving time, money, and reducing air pollution. Learn to breathe easy and save easy with Illinois Partners for Clean Air at cleantheair.org. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer starts next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the aircomfort.com Weather Center. 80 years of quality mechanical solutions for your business. Here is our meteorologist, Kevin Snyder.
Thickening clouds today with a high 67. Tonight, mainly cloudy with a shower in spots, low 47. Then a passing shower in the morning tomorrow. Some sun in the afternoon, high 58. Clear tomorrow night, low 40. Mostly sunny and cool Wednesday with a high 63. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560. The Answer.
47 at O'Hare, 48 along the lake, 42 in Aurora. Your next news update, 5:30. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy starts now on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Draft Tech Engineers and Contractors. Check out their 3D scanning for your project. Draft Tech, draftingresults.com.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. So, Amy, Trump has the best PR guy in the business. His name is Donald Trump or John Miller or John Barron.
Well, I was thinking we could play today. I could be Miller and you could be Barron for 4 hours. We could just have fun and just see how it goes. Or do you want to take Barron and I take Miller?
This is an interesting story with an interesting conspiracy theory, too.
Oh, it's great.
Surrounding it. First, Trump on Jeff Bezos, the, of course, head of Amazon.com, who bought the Washington Post. Trump suggesting that Jeff Bezos has it out for him, 20 reporters assigned to dig up dirt on Trump. And he thinks that Bezos is trying to use his clout for special favored status, for special treatment from the D.C. ruling class to protect his monopoly position.
Every hour we're getting calls from reporters from the Washington Post asking ridiculous questions. And I will tell you, this is owned as a toy by Jeff Bezos, who controls Amazon. He bought this paper for practically nothing, and he's using that as a tool for political power against me and against other people.
So that's Jeff Bezos using the Washington Post against Trump.
I like the music in the background.
That was nice.
It really gets you going on a Monday morning.
Trump was at a disco giving that interview. He then talks about the Washington Post, or there's a conversation, a phone conversation between Washington Post reporters and Donald Trump. 44 minutes into the conversation, as the Washington Post reports, they asked Donald Trump if he's ever retained a PR guy named John Miller.
Yeah, and guess
Click.
what happened? Click.
Yeah.
The line goes dead.
They call
How
back.
convenient. Oh, yeah, they called back. And what happened, Dan?
Mr. Trump is unavailable.
Yeah, he's not there.
Mm-hmm. So, and then Trump denies the John Miller story. He denies that he is John Miller. And this is then the Washington Post and CNN get this tape of John Miller.
Wait, which John Miller?
Well,
Donald Trump playing the role of John Miller?
Well, John Miller, right, talking to Sue Carswell from People magazine.
Mm-hmm.
And they put this to Trump, and he suggests it's not him. Katrina Pearson, who we've had on the show regularly, his national spokesperson, she's on with Wolf Blitzer. He says to Pearson, Trump has said in a deposition, said under oath, that he had these alter egos. He said previously, but you're saying it's not his voice on that tape. And she said, that's what I'm saying. Here's John Miller, or is it Donald Trump, or are the two the same man?
How are you? Good, Harry. What's your name again? John Miller. And you work with Norman? Yes, that's correct. John Miller. Can you sort of, I guess we're going to try and put a story together. We have a deadline today because our magazine closed, well, basically yesterday, but we'll probably get something together. But, you know, it's been on the cover of both New York Post and the Today. I saw that. What kind of comment is coming from, you know, your agency, or from Donald? Well, it's just that he really decided that he wasn't, he didn't want to make the commitment. He didn't want to make a commitment. He really thought it was too soon. He's coming out of a marriage that, and he's starting to do tremendously well financially. As you saw, he got his licenses 5-0 the other day, and totally unanimous. And he's really been working hard and doing well. And probably, as you know, there's a real estate depression in the United States, and he's probably doing as well as anybody there is, and frankly, he wants to keep it that way. And he just thought it was too soon to make any commitment to anybody.
And this was about making a commitment to Marla
Maples. Yeah, but he said, too, in that same, later in that interview that Madonna was asking about him. Madonna wants him and other ladies. I mean, he got really cocky about women. And here's a little more.
Every hour we're getting calls.
Oh, that's not it.
What's your name again? John Miller. What is your position? Well, I'm sort of handling PR because he gets so much of it. Yeah. He's living with Marla, and he's got 3 other girlfriends. She dropped Mick Jagger for Donald, and that's where it is right now.
So Madonna would drop Mick Jagger for the Donald? Yeah.
Well,
but he was just I think he was just kind of, what do you call it, fishing, looking for the ladies, didn't want to be committed yet to Marla Maples, wanted to spin that article to make it seem that he's still available and he's still wanted by so many women. Because, when you're bored and you're really rich, this is kind of fun, lie to reporters, pretend to be somebody you're not.
Does that concern people at all? Trump supporters, 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line, 64636DA, turnkey.pro text line. No, I mean, certainly this is not of a different kind than, say, Brian Williams pretending to have been places that he was.
You're right.
So, but I mean, that's the standard. So the people who said, Brian Williams telling apocryphal stories, or Donald Trump appearing to be his own or faking his own, being his own PR guy to brag on himself or to spin on himself. Does that bother you at all? Do you find that to be, I don't know,
what, morally reprehensible?
Oh, I would say pathological conduct. I mean, does it start to get to the border where we're talking about mental fitness for office, for a position? Text is 64636DA. Now, here's a flip side of this. This is from Zero Hedge, who's always interesting.
Oh, but just so you know, real quick, Sue Carswell, the reporter that he was talking to, that John Miller was speaking with.
Yes.
She did say that Trump called her 2 weeks later and said, yeah, it was me. It was a joke. So she came out and said that on the weekend shows yesterday that, yeah, he called me 2 weeks and apologized for, being somebody that he wasn't.
So then why is he denying it now?
That's why I'm bothered by it. I don't care. He can go have fun and mess with reporters. And as a former reporter, that bothers me because that's not cool. I mean, you should be who you say you are and not the self.
Literally.
Well, because she wanted to get a report with Donald Trump and she couldn't reach Donald Trump. So she had to settle for his PR guy, John Miller, who turned in to be Donald Trump. It's so weird. And there's 2 tapes. She has one of the tapes, and he had the other one, and she did not give that tape to the Washington Post.
So the question is Donald Trump playing the media like a maestro?
His supporters probably love this.
Well, Zero Hedge. So Zero Hedge has an interesting theory on this. Sue Carswell, the People magazine reporter who's heard on the tape, you were just referencing, she says she did not leak the tape to anyone. As a matter of fact, she said she doesn't even know where the tape is and assumes it got trashed when moving apartments years ago. Carswell claims the only other person who could have possibly had the recording was...
Where's our conspiracy theory music? What? Who?
Donald Trump.
Yeah.
Right, or John Miller, depending on
or
who
John
he is
Barron.
Today.
Do you know his son is named Barron too, by the way? Mm-hmm.
And so...
Alter ego.
So Trump is the only one who could have the recording. And so Zero Hedge posits the Donald himself leaked the tape to the Washington Post. He had just created buzz by saying he was out to get Bezos by any means, or that by saying, Jeff Bezos, the owner of the Post, was out to get him by any means necessary. And what better way to solidify that accusation than with a leaked tape the Washington Post would clearly run with? Also, this is against the backdrop of Trump resisting releasing his tax returns. He'd be the first presidential candidate, major party nominee in 40 years not to do so.
Right. That and the fact that his former butler is being, investigated by the Secret Service too.
Yeah, but
for making threats about President Obama wanting to hang him.
So this is for him a way for Trump, arguably, to change the news cycle, and this is Trump as the puppet master pulling all the strings. Do you believe that?
312-642-5600. Somebody who believes it, Cynthia McFadden, ABC News. Now she works with NBC.
Did you have the tape? I mean, how did it get into play?
All right, 2 people had the tape. I had a tape and Trump had a tape, and I don't have the tape.
How do you think it got into play?
Well, it didn't get to the Washington Post through me.
Sorry, that was our girl, Sue.
Sue Carswell,
Yes.
right. So this is the argument that Zero Hedge, zerohedge.com, it's a good blog, mostly financial stuff, but he delves into the political too. This is the theory that he has. Is it possible that this is all orchestrated by Trump to change the news cycle, or to change what's being covered in the news cycle and get off issues he doesn't want to talk about, whether it's the tax returns, whether it's his butler, which is kind of a ancillary story, or anything else, and it's a way to put Jeff Bezos and the Washington Post and their 20 attack dogs on their heels.
This just is so weird. It's been such a bizarre election cycle, but this just steps it up a notch.
Well, I mean, you're talking about, rather eccentric. He's got enough money to be called eccentric rather than bizarre, I suppose. An eccentric candidate in Donald Trump. And here, another question. If it was Trump orchestrating all this, is that okay? Do you have a problem with that? Or is it just so much manipulation of media, the way media manipulates politics and the information we receive? Is it all fair game?
You know the song by Shaggy, Wasn't Me? Are you familiar with that song?
Yes. I'm also familiar with the R. Kelly defense.
Okay. No, but the song in Shaggy, he's having an affair and his wife,
Right.
and he said it wasn't me, but she's staring at him committing this act, and he's still denying it wasn't me. It's denying.
Yeah, but
It wasn't me.
He's John.
No.
We know that he was playing this game with being John Miller, quote unquote. So does that matter? Is my question, and I guess it's a larger question. Is there any behavior for Trump supporters, even late to the dance Trump supporters? Is there any behavior that Trump can engage in that you would condemn, that you would say it is out of bounds, or is the argument going to be no matter what he does, he's better than Hillary?
Connect with Dan and Amy using the AM 560 mobile app. Download it today at 560theanswer.com/mobile.
Today, some clouds, a little bit warmer than this past weekend, that's for sure. A high of 67 degrees. And then tonight, showers in spots. And tomorrow, cooler, a passing morning shower, then clouds and some sun. Back into the 50s we go. A high of 58 degrees. Any bad news on the roadways? Here's Jim Telemonte.
Good morning, Amy and Dan. Right now, the roads are looking good, but at O'Hare, as Mike Scott told us earlier this morning, the security lines are long at those checkpoints. In fact, officials recommend 2.5 hours for an arrival time at the airport before flight departure. There have been some long lines at Midway as well this weekend, so allow a lot of extra time. Going to the airports on the roads right now, still looking great. The Kennedy is delay-free. No issues yet on 190. The Edens is wide open. Eisenhower, Stevenson looking good. Same goes for the Ryan. Inbound Bishop Ford getting a little congestion approaching the Ryan. Not a real significant delay yet. The Illinois tollways are fine. The Indiana Toll Road does have construction delays in Porter and LaPorte counties. Eastbound, it's slow from 94 to State Road 49. Westbound from before 49 to the Portage exit. And then in LaPorte County, we have slowdowns both ways east of 421. Jim Talamonte, the Guardian Security Services Traffic Center.
Looking to learn how to enhance your credit and obtain invaluable home buying tips? Well, then you need to attend David Hochberg's Credit Enhancement and Home Buying Seminar, which is May 18th at Zany's Comedy Club in St. Charles. You should attend if you're credit challenged, if you filed for bankruptcy, if you'd like to learn proven and effective methods to secure the lowest interest rate when purchasing or refinancing that home, if you're tired of not being able to get out of your mother's basement, and if you're tired of not being able to get your groove on because your kids are living in your basement. So to register for David's free credit enhancement seminar and home buying course, which is May 18th at Zany's Comedy Club in St. Charles, go to pearldavid.com. That's P-E-R-L David.com. If you have any questions, just call David now, 312-751-1333, or visit am560david.com. David has helped thousands of AM560 listeners, but he can't help you if you don't call. 312-751-1333. That's 312-751-1333. Pearl Mortgage, an equal housing lender, Illinois residential mortgage licensee, 4358 NMLS 19186.
Hey, this is David Hall from Draft Tech. I've got a message for all you project engineers and project managers out there. Have you ever trudged through your engineering department and wondered if you were getting the best bang for your buck? A dirty little trade secret is that contract engineers are only doing engineering work about 20% of the time. The other 80% of the time, they're doing work for which they're not particularly well suited nor well trained. At the end of the day, you're paying engineering rates for jobs that don't require engineers, and those tasks aren't even necessarily being done well. If you really want to add value to your project and hold the bottom line, focus on getting the right people with the right experience in the right positions. That's where we come in. Draft Tech. DraftingResults.com. We've got drafters, designers, and line walkers, piping, electrical, and mechanical. We've got the 3D plant software, AutoCAD, MicroStation, and SolidWorks. Let DraftTech put the value back in your project. That's DraftTech. Check us out at DraftingResults.com. Cutting-edge technology, old-school service.
QL1, this is Control. Does Rocket Mortgage require me to fill out a bunch of paperwork?
That's negative, Control. Rocket Mortgage by Quicken Loans is the first on-demand mortgage machine that quickly and seamlessly imports your financial data. You can go through the entire mortgage process on your own and completely online.
Copy that, QL1, but if I wanted to speak to someone, do you think they're out there?
They're out there, all right. I've made contact before. In fact, according to J.D. Power, they've provided award-winning client service for 6 years in a row.
Roger that, QL1. It's nice to know they're out there, wherever they are.
Detroit Control. They're in Detroit. Over.
3, 2, 1.
Rocket Mortgage at QuickenLoans.com. Push button, get mortgage.
Rocket. Visit for cost information and conditions. Equal housing lender. Licensed in all 50 states. NMLSconsumeraccess.org number 3030.
AM 560. The Answer.
But she caught me on the counter. Wasn't me. Saw me banging on the sofa.
Was me. Oh, I love it. Shaggy.
Yeah.
Thank you, David
Yeah.
Stripling. Yeah.
Dan and Amy and Shaggy talking about Trump. I want to get to this New York Times story as well about Trump and women. 40 women interviewed by the New York Times, front page story over the weekend. Unwelcome advances, a shrewd alliance and ambition, and unsettling workplace conduct over decades are the accusations by the New York Times against Donald Trump. And this is actually an instance where I'm going to come to the defense of Donald Trump in a certain way. But how about that? But let's get to Ed in Oak Brook first. Hey, Ed, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
First of all, I'm not Ed. I'm Johnny Miller from Oak Brook. And you know what?
Yes.
This Miller call or Trump call, I have no respect for reporters at all, but it's right up there with Obama using his press to lie to us about the Iran nuclear deal and also his Obamacare thing. In other words, it's totally irrelevant that he lied to a reporter. And what kind of a stupid reporter didn't recognize that guy's voice?
Wait a second.
That vocal was so lousy, I even knew it was Trump.
Right. Well, it's obvious it's Trump. I agree. It's so obvious that he conceded the point back in the day. But here's the thing that you said about the Obama administration lying to us. Well, you don't take that lightly, do you?
Well, I don't take it lightly, but you know how the guy said that the American voter is so stupid? It's not that we're so stupid. It's we're so helpless because we don't really have a shot at anything. We get, 2 votes a year, and then that's all we get. So, in other words, I knew it was a lousy deal. Most of your listening audience knew it was a deal, but maybe even Amy knew it was a deal, bad deal. But you know what? They just rammed it down our throat, and the media was sold on it, and they talked all the humanoids into buying it, and that's what happened.
But let me understand. So do you have a problem with what Trump did or not?
I do not have a problem with what Trump did. It just doesn't. It's so irrelevant, and this probably goes on. A lot of people probably do this with reporters.
No.
I don't know. Thanks for the call, Ed.
Thanks, Ed. I don't think professionals and billionaires play with reporters like that.
No, I don't
granted,
think so.
It was People magazine, and my neighbor kept saying, Amy, it happened in 1991. I mean, we've all done stupid stuff 3 decades ago that we're not proud of.
Yes, it happened 25 years ago when at the tender age of 45.
It's a youthful indiscretion, Dan.
I mean,
come on, give the guy a break.
This is what I don't understand. This is what I don't understand. Like, so Ed, and I love Ed.
Yeah, he loves you, Ed.
Or Johnny Miller from Oak Brook.
Or was it John Barron? I can't get it straight.
But he doesn't appreciate when what Obama does or when the media manipulates. But somehow when Trump does it, it's irrelevant. I mean, to some extent, are Trump supporters the new Republican establishment? And in this way, Trump right or wrong? You know, I've always been critical of people who say my party right or wrong, the Republican Party right or wrong. That's essentially the establishment line. That's the establishment disposition. Well, I don't agree with that. If my party, covers for criminals or otherwise, lies to their constituents or otherwise concedes defeat to the Democrats as a matter of course, then it's not my party right or wrong. So are we now, though, in the phase of Trump right or wrong? I go back again. Is there any conduct deserving of condemnation? Is there anything he can say or do where you would say, no, that is improper, even as a Trump supporter? Because if there's not, you know what you lose? You lose a disciplinary mechanism. There's no accountability for your candidate and for your party. And by the way, if you want to know where this ends, all you have to do is look at the Illinois Republican Party, a super minority party in a state destroyed by Democrats who've lorded over it for generations. And why has that happened? And yet there's been no residual bounce or benefit for Republicans generally, at least not until the election of Bruce Rauner, because there was no accountability mechanism for the party. So the party decided to just be the junior partner to the Chicago Democrats and offer an echo rather than a choice. Well, is that the place you want to go with Trump, just as a singular personality rather than a party label or a party organization? You know, it's not my party right or wrong, and it's not Donald Trump right or wrong.
Hear about the big stories of the day, then talk about them right here on Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
I've been very happy with Balance of Nature. You know what the funny thing is, even when I'm tired, I feel better than I have in so long. I really haven't gotten colds. It's just been great. I've been very, very pleased. More energy. I think it really works. I really do.
Working out, losing weight, and even in the best of times, I can't eat that many vegetables, so it's nice to know I'm getting them.
My husband got a cold, but I didn't. So, hooray! Thank God for Balance of Nature.
It's time you had a Balance of Nature experience in your own life. Call now. Accept and complete Dr. Howard's 120-day challenge to earn a free month supply of Balance of Nature. Call 1-800-2468-751. That's 1-800-2468-751 to begin your road to better health. Or go online to balanceofnature.com. Use promo code CHICAGO.
ChicagoRadioDeals.com. That's where you can go for summer fun and help you with your spring cleaning, because spring is here and it's time to clean your home and get your auto cleaned up. So wash away all the road grime and dirt with a great deal from Fuller's Car Wash of Elk Grove Village. A full-service car wash includes wash, vacuum, windows, dash, wipe down. $18 deal for only $10. And give your home the clean it needs with an excellent deal from the Grout Medic of LaGrange. The Grout Medic offers a shower touch-up that includes a steam clean of your shower tile and your grout. Or choose and clean and color seal floor package for your kitchen or bathroom floor tile. Each deal is $110. That's a $250 value. Or you can shop at a great local hardware store with personal customer service. Purchase the Addison Building Materials $100 gift certificate for only $50. Addison Building Materials is a true value retailer. So tackle your home improvement projects with help from ChicagoRadioDeals.com. And coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Email from a friend of mine. So if you like your John Miller, you can keep him. It's catchy. Coming up, the much-anticipated defense of Donald Trump by me in response to the New York Times front page story over the weekend. That's at 5:37.
But first, into the newsroom we go. Here is Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, for the first time, Japan this morning will participate with South Korea and the U.S. in joint military exercises. The U.S., you may know, holds regular military drills with both countries separately, but Japan and South Korea's interactions have been limited due to lingering public resentment in South Korea against Japan over colonial rule from 1910 to 1945. Whether it's Donald Trump's tax returns or reports of disrespecting women, the head of the RNC says many people just don't care, writes Priebus on Fox News.
When people are hypocrites, obviously that's when these stories have an impact. But I don't think Donald Trump and his personal life is something that people are looking at and saying, well, I'm surprised that he's had girlfriends in the past.
Priebus says the bigger question is whether Trump or Democratic frontrunner Hillary Clinton will be the best candidate to bring change to Washington, D.C.
Can you produce positive results that make a difference in people's lives? Because that's going to be increasingly important in this complicated, interconnected, interdependent world we're living in.
Democratic presidential frontrunner Clinton making her pitch to voters in Kentucky ahead of Tuesday's primary. Tomorrow's also primary day in Oregon. The Coast Guard suspends a search in the Gulf of Mexico for a passenger missing from a cruise ship that sailed out of Galveston, Texas. Surveillance video shows a woman tumbling from the Carnival Liberty early on Friday. Officials say that suspicious item that forced the evacuation of a soccer stadium and cancellation of a match in England was a training device. The entire 75,000-seat Old Trafford Stadium was emptied about 20 minutes before the match between Manchester United and Bournemouth. Manchester police say the device was accidentally left behind by a private training company. American Airlines says it had to provide cots for passengers overnight at O'Hare. Many passengers missed their flights because they waited more than 2 hours to try and fail to get through security lines at the airport. Authorities say 2 were found fatally shot inside an SUV on a Chicago area expressway. Illinois State Police releasing a statement yesterday saying the shooting occurred around 4 a.m. in the northbound lanes of I-90 on the northwest side. Chicago sports found the Yankees over the White Sox 7-5. Pirates beat the Cubs 2-1, and today is a day off for both clubs. The news, a service of Blue Cash Preferred Card from American Express. Let me tell you about the Blue Cash Preferred Card from American Express. 6% cash back at U.S. supermarkets on up to $6,000 in purchases. That means 6% cash back on those cheeses you can't pronounce, but eat anyway. Start earning cash back at MXBlueCash.com. Terms apply. A check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Mike Gallagher says it's time for the GOP to come together.
You know the saying, pride goeth before the fall. So now it's time for people to man up, lose your pride, eat your crow, and unify for the good of the United States of America. Now it's time for the real fight to begin.
The Mike Gallagher Show. Weekdays at 9, right before Dennis Prager at 11 on AM 560. The Answer.
Tea times, golf outings, driving range, golf academy, brunch, dinner, weddings, banquets, receptions. Find and do it all at the Bolingbrook Golf Club. Info online at BolingbrookGolfClub.com.
Fact. College Illinois 529 prepaid tuition locks in tuition at today's plan rates to help you secure your child's future. Purchase a plan now and lock in your college costs before the May 31st enrollment deadline. Enroll now at collegeillinois.org.
Mike Rowe here with a quick IAQ test for my buddy Bill. Wait, I didn't study. IAQ stands for Indoor Air Quality, something 1 hour excels at. Well, I aced my SATs, so... Yes or no? Do you breathe inside your home? Yeah. And what do you breathe? Air. And what's in that air? Air? Sorry, we were looking for dust mites, household pollutants, even formaldehyde. Wait, I need to move. Or you could call 1 hour and improve your IAQ. That sounds smarter. Let's see how you do with the disclaimer.
Each independent franchise is licensed in its respective state or county.
Not bad.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Papa Nicholas Coffee. Papa Nicholas Coffee, a family tradition since 1897.
536 in our Guardian Security Services Traffic Center. The latest with Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. Inbound Eisenhower to Independence. There's a stall just reported. Ike otherwise looks good. Same goes for the Edens and the Kennedy. Expect some congestion at O'Hare, and again, allow plenty of time to get to the airport this morning with those long security checkpoint lines. Stevenson still looks okay. The inbound Ryan has delays. 95th to 83rd and Cermak to the downtown area. About 5 minutes worth of delays on the Ryan. Bishop Ford, it's a 5-minute delay. 111th at the merge. I-57 is a little heavy. Around 99th to the Ryan. Roadwork starts up today in Aurora on southbound Farnsworth, approaching the Reagan Tollway. It'll add to the delays in that area. Traffic is a service of Illinois Partners for Clean Air. Avoid traffic by riding public transit and roll comfortably into town for your favorite music, distinctive dining, or both with the money you'll save. Learn to breathe easy and save easy with Illinois Partners for Clean Air at cleantheair.org. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte, AM 560 The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the aircomfort.com Weather Center. Clouds will thicken up throughout the midday. Warmer, though, high 67. Cloudy with a shower in spots, low 48 overnight. Currently 47 at O'Hare. Next news at 6. And Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560 The Answer.
This hourly segment is sponsored by Black Rhino Concealment. Local makers of the finest holsters at modest prices. Visit blackrhinoconcealment.com for info.
If you're talking about it, I'll be talking about it. Dennis Prager here. Join me this morning at 11, right here on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. So, mentioned this New York Times piece yesterday, interviewed 40 women, and it's all crossing the line, how Donald Trump behaved with women in private, this New York Times expose. And I have to say, first of all...
Well, it's not completely, I mean, it's not slandering him the whole time. I mean, some of the women stick up for him.
Well, yeah, I'm just referring to the piece. What
yeah.
Crossing the line, how Donald Trump behaved with women in private. Does that sound like it's going to be, hooray, Donald Trump did it again. Yay, the local hometown hero. I don't think so.
No.
And it certainly isn't in terms of tone, and I think it's generally rather a silly piece. But let me also say something about this. Why is the New York Times even obsessing about women? Here's the problem the left has in the 21st century, in 2016 in particular. You can't obsess about gender when you say it doesn't exist.
Oh, that's right.
So why
does more pronouns that we can't?
There's no men and women.
Yeah, you can't, and you can't say he, she.
These are people. This is Donald Trump as a person and other people, and the treatment is what does it matter if it's the old construct of men or women? I mean, this is the New York Times philosophy. I'd like for them to be intellectually consistent, but I'd like a lot of things that aren't going to happen, and that's one of them. So here's the thing: in this piece, I don't know. I actually happened upon a hard copy of the New York Times yesterday. It was at the bottom of my friend's birdcage. But what caught my eye was this caption in the piece.
Oh, the picture of the women?
No, it was a cap. Yeah,
right,
there was a picture, but it was a caption that said, "He has long fixated on and evaluated women's looks," associates say.
I I don't have a problem with that. I
Right.
mean, he liked to surround himself with good-looking people, and especially when other business owners would come and he's trying to attract business, he would have certain people who looked kind of frumpy go get the lunch that day. I mean,
Well-
it's what he did. It's not.
But
life.
even kind of pulling back from that, he fixated on women's looks. Oh heavens!
We all do. Women all look at other women all the
exactly.
time. Before you guys do,
Right.
we check out the women, see what they're wearing, if we like it or not, if they're hot or not.
Straight men take notice of women's physical appearance,
Yeah.
and as you point out, as do women.
Women, they're right.
Associates say he looked at women. I mean, this is
We
silly.
all do.
This is silly.
And guys, we kind of look at you, but not as much as we look at other women.
well,
Sorry.
well, this is the silliness of
And
it.
I'm not a lesbian. Thank
And-
you. Mark that down.
And you know the women. I mean, especially the New York Times. If they were so interested in the treatment of women, where's the expose on Bill Clinton? Because what they have on Donald Trump is him being juvenile, which of course we know he is. Like an instance recounted by the former deputy mayor under David Dinkins, where Trump told her, "I have this great date tonight with a model for Victoria's Secret." Yeah. Oh, is that immature? Maybe it's immature. So what? The New York Times, the New York Post during the Marla Maples years, where there was the headline, "Best Sex I've Ever Had," and according to one Trump employee, he absolutely loved that. He waved it around the office, the newspaper, the headline. Did you see this? Everyone who worked there was kind of horrified. We all thought it made him look bad. He didn't.
No, he didn't care. Like he was on Howard Stern last year with his wife, talking that they have sex every day with his current wife. I mean, it's weird. He's just a different bird.
Well, he's just immature, and he's looking for validation all the time. There's also this section, dismissive nicknames, where he referred to women in his company as honey or dear. Yeah, well,
People did that a lot in the 80s.
Well,
and
he
90s.
also promoted women. You also have other people suggesting that he had his construction company, his real estate development company, was more diverse than any other company in the industry, in large measure because he had women at top posts where no other real estate development company had them in that era. So,
And
this
in
is
the
all
article,
just-
too.
This is nothing.
A woman that was hired by him, Miss Reese, she said, Donald Trump turned to women for a simple reason. They worked harder. They worked hard, often harder than men. That's what he told her. That's why he was hiring her in a man's world back in the 80s.
Not to mention grooming Ivanka to be an executive and so on. I mean, basically what this piece comes down to is Donald Trump saying things that a more refined gentleman wouldn't say to women on a routine basis, and bragging about things that a more refined gentleman would not brag about. That's the sum total of it.
Yeah.
Compared to what we have on the other side with the co-president, Bill Clinton, who's going to, by the way, Hillary, I don't know if you saw this, Hillary announced he's going to be in charge of economic revitalization.
Oh, he already has a role, a job?
That's what she said he's going to do. He's going to Viagra the economy.
Well, he better not be allowed to have interns in that office.
It's just the New York Times. I mean, they should be embarrassed.
Well, it was a hack piece, but
yeah,
it just,
Yeah, that's what it was.
it's a hack piece.
Matt and Grays Lake, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Good morning. Thanks for taking my call. I think the thing is with Donald Trump is, with these politicians, everything that comes out of their mouth is a lie to benefit themselves and their people, their little group. At least with Donald Trump, we know with Hillary Clinton, everything that she says is going to be a lie to benefit herself and her group. At least with Donald Trump, there might be a chance that what he says and he does might actually benefit the taxpayers. And that's our hope. I mean, we don't think he's going to be in there and be Mother Teresa and never sin or say a bad thing or whatever, but he might actually benefit the taxpayers. And I think that's what it all boils down to.
Okay, well, that's a fair statement. Thanks for the call, Matt. I mean, that's at least a restrained view of Donald Trump, where we're not going to kind of morally equivocate and rationalize everything he says or does. I understand that perspective that Matt just provided, or let's call him Johnny Miller.
Yeah.
From Grays Lake. Everybody's
Please,
Johnny Miller
everyone,
today.
Yeah. Anyone who calls, Johnny Miller. 312-642-5600. But you know what about this piece that bothers me? At the very end, Dan, the last paragraph, they bring up this. Several women who have held positions of power within the Trump organization in recent years said they've never known Mr. Trump to objectify women or to treat them with disrespect. But they waited until the last paragraph
Right.
of the article to actually interview current employees. You know, Jill Martin, the vice president and at assistant counsel, saying, I think there's mischaracterizations about him. He's enthusiastically supported her decisions to have 2 children over the past 5 years, even when it meant working from home and scaling back on business travel. So he's being fair to women. And like calling people hun and dear, men did that back in the 90s and late 80s.
Excuse me, dear.
I'm sorry.
Hun, let me get in here. Yeah, honey.
Well, you
please.
must really like your candy.
Yeah, yeah, right. Oh,
He said that to a woman who was a little overweight.
But that's how you do a hatchet piece, right? So just so you understand the kind of earmarks of a hatchet piece for those unfamiliar with it, you have the blaring headline that casts a negative light on the subject, and then you go through the best hits that you have in the beginning, and then you include.
Just on the way out, we're just going to tell you that he's been very fair to women.
Right. A couple of footnotes, kind of 12, 13, 25 graphs down so that you can point and say, oh, no, we were balanced because we included some people that also had some nice comments for Trump that also defended him. That is the kind of architecture of a hit piece from journalists, quote unquote, who have a conclusion, who have a market position they're trying to drive, and they're working back to fill it in. These are not scriveners just looking to document the truth for their readers. But, of course, I already said it was the New York Times.
It's news, opinion, insight. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Some high clouds today, and it will be warmer, better than the weekend where we set a record for cold. Record that was set back in 1895. Wow. Today, nothing like that. We're going to have a high of 67 degrees and enjoy it because tonight things are going to change. We're going to have a shower, and then the cold weather returns tomorrow. It's going to be a morning shower, then clouds and sun, a high only in the mid-50s. Anything bad on the roadways? Here's Jim Telemonte.
Well, Amy, good morning. It is heavy on the outbound side of the Kennedy approaching O'Hare, and especially on westbound 190. Stop and go from River Road to past the Tri-State. There's plenty of congestion in the terminal area. Long lines are again reported at security checkpoints. Edens is clear. About Eisenhower, you've got a couple of slow pockets now. There's a stall at Independence on the right side. 33 minutes, Thorndale to downtown. Outbound 29, Stevenson, 40 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive. Outbound 5 at 34. Ryan, already 22 minutes, 95th to downtown. I-57, Bishop Ford with 5-minute delays approaching the Rhine. Metra has an early morning delay up to 20 minutes on the Rock Island line due to manpower issues. Jim Talamonte in the Guardian Security Services Traffic Center.
Your kids won't be thinking about school very much this summer, but it's a perfect time for you to think about where you'll be sending your child back to school this fall. More and more parents are thinking about private school. Maybe that's you. Well, private school has never been more affordable thanks to halfpriceschools.com, where you can find tuition vouchers for private schools across the Chicago area, available at half off the normal price. There's no catch. It's real simple. Find a school near you, purchase a tuition voucher, and prepare to send your child off to school this fall. HalfPriceSchools.com has schools located all across the Chicago area, including LaSalle, Romeoville, Libertyville, Grays Lake, Westchester, Palos Heights, Kankakee. The list goes on and on. Check it out at HalfPriceSchools.com. But don't delay. Summer won't last forever, and school will be starting again before you know it. So visit HalfPriceSchools.com today, and many of these vouchers have already sold out, so don't wait. HalfPriceSchools.com. That's HalfPriceSchools.com.
Hey, let's get sentimental. Think about how much your father means to you. Now ask, what am I getting Dad for Father's Day on June 19th? It's weird, but did you know that 82% of all people don't know that you're supposed to change pillows every 2 years or less? That's because pillows absorb dead skin, dirt, skin, oils, and dust mites that can cause allergies, acne, asthma, and who knows what else. So if you haven't already done so, you need a washable MyPillow, and so does your dad. I may buy one for my dog Hunter. With a 10-year warranty, it's a great gift and health investment as well. And you'll sleep better. I do. That's why MyPillow is the official pillow of the National Sleep Foundation. Visit MyPillow.com or call 1-800-489-0201. Use the promo code Joe for the 2-for-1 offer. Keep one for you. Do it now. 800-489-0201 or online at MyPillow.com. Promo code Joe. 800-489-0201.
I'm Dan Proft with an Upstream Idea, brought to you by the Illinois Policy Institute.
27. Illinois state employees, on average, receive total compensation 27% higher than their private sector counterparts. State employees made nearly $4,000 more in wages and $13,000 in benefits than private sector employees. More than half of state workers will retire before the age of 60 with a guaranteed state pension. The state is in a financial death spiral with ground impact imminent. So keep this in mind as Governor Bruce Rauner breaks off contract talks with AFSCME, the state's largest public sector union. AFSCME has been unwilling to give on its demands for annual step increases of 3.8%, in addition to annual general wage increases. The lowball estimate of the cost of what AFSCME demands is $1.6 billion. That's $1.6 billion more from Illinois families who already pay the highest property taxes in the nation. This is Governor Rauner's moment of truth. He ran for office saying he is not a politician. He said he is a businessman who will make the difficult decisions to turn around the state he loves. We're about to find out if that's true. For more Upstream ideas, visit upstream-ideas.com. I'm Dan Proft.
AM 560, The Answer.
Dan and Amy, so just sticking on Trump for a second, the campaign side of it, the political side of it, and the political funding side of it. Interesting analysis in the Wall Street Journal over the weekend in terms of Trump now moving from the self-funding phase to the everybody funding phase of his campaign. According to Trump's financial disclosure, he had between about $78 million and $232 million in cash and relatively liquid assets such as stocks and bonds. But obviously that would go fast. I mean, compare that to what was spent in 2012. Obama spent $720 million, Romney $450 million. So Trump's personal wealth, at least liquid, short of selling properties or borrowing against properties, unlikely to be enough to
he's
going to
need help.
And he's getting help. Sheldon Adelson.
Oh, that's right, Sheldon.
Yeah, he may be.
The Shelster's back, huh?
He may be the second most prodigious Republican donor behind the Koch brothers. Apparently, in a private meeting last week,
we're going to have a widow weeding.
Yeah, my Krumke there. Private meeting last week, he was willing to contribute more to help elect Trump than he has to any previous campaign, a sum that could exceed $100 million.
How much?
$100 million, which is a lot of money to someone like you.
Yeah, Dan.
Right. But when you're worth $26 billion like Sheldon Adelson is, it's not as much.
Well, and the Koch brothers, are they going to sit this one out?
Yeah, that's what they've
they
sort of indicated so far.
They could change their mind, right?
Well, there's always the right to change your mind.
I know, but Donald Trump might woo them over.
So fundraisers are starting, and the big deep pockets funders of center-right candidates, and Republican nominees in particular for the presidency, at least, some are sitting out. Like you mentioned, the Koch brothers are still on the sidelines and have indicated they're unlikely to give. They haven't totally foreclosed it, but unlikely. But Sheldon Adelson may be more than making up for the difference.
Listen to podcasts of Dan and Amy from the AM 560 mobile app. Download it today at 560theanswer.com/mobile.
We've all heard commercials where they chatter about how large their inventory is, how big their discounts are. Well, this is where the zinc meets your metal. Gatto Industrial Platers on Roosevelt Road in Chicago is home to North America's largest plating line. They can handle parts up to 27 feet long, weighing up to 8,000 pounds. Including a production rack and barrel zinc plating line that can process up to 300 tons of parts each and every day. But Gatto Platers can also handle zinc plating of a small box of screws and all in between, with 24 to 48-hour turnaround service and a fleet of trucks all over Chicagoland. As their owner George says, Gatto is big, we're good, and we're easy to work with. Learn why George says what he says at GattoPlaters.com. That's GATTO Platers.com. Or call George at 800-290-1223. Gatto Platers, proud to sponsor AM 560's Feed the Children program. Find them online at GattoPlaters.com.
Stand by.
The stock market may seem like a roller coaster ride, but your finances don't have to be. You may be wondering, is there another big correction on the horizon? If so, are you prepared? Or are you at the mercy of stockbrokers if it happens? Let Online Trading Academy teach you how to navigate the stock market during these changing times. They offer professional trading and investing education for every skill level. They'll teach you a rules-based strategy, trading on knowledge, not speculation, so you can identify market changes before they happen. Reserve your seat today for a free half-day training course at their state-of-the-art education facility in Lombard. Call 877-OTA-CHIC now. Mention this ad, and Online Trading Academy will send you a free home study video course valued at $247 just for calling. Call now at 877-OTA-CHIC.
I've been very happy with Balance of Nature. You know what the funny thing is, even when I'm tired, I feel better than I have in so long. I really haven't gotten colds. It's just been great. I've been very, very pleased. More energy. I think it really works. I really do.
Working out, losing weight, and even in the best of times, I can't eat that many vegetables, so it's nice to know I'm getting them.
My husband got a cold, but I didn't. So, hooray! Thank God for Balance of Nature.
It's time you had a Balance of Nature experience in your own life. Call now. Accept and complete Dr. Howard's 120-day challenge to earn a free month supply of Balance of Nature. Call 1-800-2468-751. That's 1-800-2468-751 to begin your road to better health. Or go online to balanceofnature.com. Use promo code CHICAGO.
Hi, this is Dr. David Kolbaba. You know, hormone balance is a big deal. If your hormones are out of whack, it can account for so many health challenges like low energy and fatigue, spaced out memory, low sex drive, otherwise known as the dead in bed syndrome. Nothing excites you anymore with you watching more and more TV every night, misusing food or alcohol, and then there's the hair loss that you thought was age appropriate, and then the weight gain. Let me tell you about our specially priced dirt cheap hormone test. No blood, just saliva. Interesting that with over 33 years in private practice, I've never seen normal hormone test results in the first go-around. And that's why you need to have us help you balance your hormones once and for all. So call our HealthQuest radio hotline at 800-794-1855. You can't get any cheaper than dirt cheap. No blood, just spit. Call 800-794-1855. Oh, and be sure to listen to HealthQuest radio with me, Dr. David Kolbaba, this Saturday morning at 11. But for now, call 800-794-1855.
Are you hiring? Do you know where to post your job to find the best candidates? Posting your job in one place isn't enough to find quality candidates. If you want to find the perfect hire, you need to post your job on all the top job sites. And now you can. With ZipRecruiter.com, you can post your job to 100 plus job sites, including social media networks like Facebook and Twitter, all with a single click. Find candidates in any city or industry nationwide. Just post once and watch your qualified candidates roll in to ZipRecruiter's easy-to-use interface. No juggling emails or calls to your office. Quickly screen candidates, rate them, and hire the right person fast. Find out today why ZipRecruiter has been used by over 400,000 businesses. And right now, listeners can try ZipRecruiter for free by going to ZipRecruiter.com/radiotalk. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radiotalk. One more time. To try it for free, go to ZipRecruiter.com/radiotalk.
Dennis Prager isn't sold on Donald Trump as a conservative.
Nobody was founded except the United States on the doctrine of limited government. And I not only don't see that as a principle in Donald Trump's campaign, I think that the government will expand its power. He will tell companies where they can move and can't move, as an example. That's pretty powerful government. Barack Obama didn't even go that far.
The Dennis Prager Show, weekdays at 11, right before Sean Hannity at 2 on AM 560. The Answer.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
A Trump rally breaks out at the Nevada Democrat Convention. We'll have that at 6:06.
And later, how to get those lines shorter at TSA checkpoints around the nation. We'll explain. But first, into the newsroom we go. Here is Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, there are long lines again at O'Hare this morning. Two are found dead inside an SUV on Chicago Expressway. Teenage girl fatally stabbed after a fight. Governor Bruce Rauner is running out of time in order to get the budget reforms that he wants. Pirates beat the Cubs. Yankees tipped the Sox. Sunshine this morning. WIND Chicago News Time, 6 o'clock.
News Radio. I'm Dave Anthony. He didn't name Donald Trump, but President Obama took shots at him, speaking to graduates at Rutgers University.
Ignorance is not a virtue.
He was also critical of Trump's plan to build a border wall and his call for a temporary ban on Muslim immigrants coming here. One of the women quoted in a New York Times story over the weekend that claims Trump crossed the line treating women is not happy.
They did take quotes from what I said, and they put a negative connotation on it. They spun it to where it appeared negative. I did not have a negative experience with Donald Trump.
Roanne Brewer-Lane says she never saw him mistreat women. Trump calls the story a lame hit piece. An Atlanta Journal-Constitution poll has the presumptive Republican nominee leading Hillary Clinton now in Georgia, but she's still battling Bernie Sanders in the Democratic race. Fox's Rachel Sutherland live in Washington.
Dave, campaigning in Kentucky over the weekend, Clinton went on the attack against Donald Trump, saying she's worried about his foreign policy.
This is scary, dangerous talk. This is the talk of a loose cannon.
Clinton could be in for a tough fight with Sanders for Kentucky and Oregon, which hold primaries tomorrow.
Why is it that the great middle class, once the envy of the entire world, continues to shrink?
Meanwhile, Dave, Trump is encouraging Sanders to run as an independent, tweeting that he's being treated very badly by the Democrats.
Rachel, the ISIS deadly attacks continue in Iraq and Syria, but the Obama administration says the Islamic terrorists are no longer on the rise.
Their territory is shrinking, and they are now doing these suicide attacks against civilian populations. It's not going to work.
Brett McGurk is the presidential envoy to the anti-ISIS coalition. Turkey's news agency says coalition airstrikes and Turkish shelling killed 27 ISIS militants in Syria. Prosecutors may rest their case today in the trial against one of 6 Baltimore police officers charged in Freddie Gray's much-protested death after a police ride in a van. One of the 6 is expected to testify against fellow officer Edward Nero. Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
Sunshine this morning, 47 degrees, 6:02 on AM 560. The Answer. Good morning. I'm Mike Scott. American Airlines had to provide cots for passengers overnight at O'Hare. They say the passengers missed their flights because they were forced to wait more than 2 hours to try and then sometimes fail to get through security lines. And the lines are long again this morning at O'Hare. A man is dead after his vehicle was struck by a Metra train on the south side. Crash happened near 119th and Marshfield last night. San Francisco emerging this morning as a candidate to host the Lucas Museum. The city's chief supervisor telling the Tribune discussions are now underway to possibly bring that project back to the West Coast. Museum representatives started searching for the new site after friends of the parks filed suit to keep the facility off Chicago's lakefront. 2 were found fatally shot inside an SUV on a Chicago expressway. Illinois State Police releasing a statement saying the shooting occurred around 4 a.m. in the northbound lanes of I-90 on the northwest side. A silver Chevy Tahoe, according to police, was stopped in a lane. Male driver and female passenger, both from Waukegan, found dead inside, along with a weapon. Chicagoans enduring the coldest May 15th over the past 120 years. National Weather Service says temps during the morning dropped yesterday to 35 degrees at O'Hare. Outspoken Democrat State Representative Jack Frank says he's running for McHenry County Board Chairman instead of seeking re-election. Franks took office in Springfield in 1999, often clashing with his own party. Lake County says 5 have been hospitalized after appearing to overdose on an unknown substance. Lake County sheriffs say Sunday all 5 are expected to survive. They were identified as 4 men and a woman between the ages of 18 and 20. Authorities are investigating after an empty car was recovered from a lake in Zion. The vehicle was discovered yesterday in water near the Horizon Village apartments off Kenosha Road. Officials say a person was seen swimming away from that scene. Chicago sports. Yankees over the White Sox 7-5. Pittsburgh over the Cubs 2-1. The news, a service of Burger King breakfast right now at Burger King. Get an awesome deal on breakfast. 2 croissant breakfast sandwiches, just $4, piled high with thick bacon, fluffy eggs, and melted cheese. 2 croissant, $4, only a Burger King, limited time only. Price and participation may vary. 6:04, time to check the climate of your business with aircomfort.com. 80 years of quality mechanical solutions for your business, and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
This election season, whether you're never Trump.
I'm just not ready to do that at this point.
Or only Trump.
I would love to beat them. I would love to beat them.
Or just simply What the Trump?
This is almost like an arranged marriage. We thought we were going to marry somebody else. We're now going to marry Donald Trump.
Keep it here as we make radio great again.
I don't like Donald Trump. I don't think he's a conservative, but I do think he is better than Hillary Clinton.
Donald Trump wasn't my first choice.
On AM 560.
It has gotten so out of control.
The Answer.
People all across the country are enjoying the flexibility of working when they want, earning extra money on their schedule when they drive with Uber.
With Uber, you can write your own paycheck. You sign up, you get approved, and you start earning money right away. Right away, like the next day. Turn it off when you want to make money, you turn it off when you don't. It's just that simple. What are you waiting for?
Enjoy the flexibility of working when you want, earning extra money on your schedule. Sign up to Drive with Uber today. Go to drivewithuber.com. That's drivewithuber.com.
It's the Ready to Ride sales event and time to gear up for your ultimate adventure. Enjoy summertime fun on a Can-Am ATV, side-by-side, Can-Am Spyder or Sea-Doo watercraft. Hurry in by May 31st and save up to $2,500 on select 2015 models. Plus, get great financing. Get ready to ride because the fun starts now. Visit Nielsen Enterprises in Lake Villa. Subject to credit approval. Restrictions may apply. See dealer for details. For safety and training info, contact the ATV Safety Institute.
It is 6:06 in our Guardian Security Services Traffic Center. Let's get the latest on the roads with Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. The inbound Kennedy has delays from the River Road Toll to Canfield. It's 23 minutes, O'Hare to downtown. Outbound 26, La Montrose to Sayre. Heavy on westbound 190 approaching O'Hare. Edens is fine. Eisenhower runs 40 minutes. Thorndale to the post office. Outbound 31. Stevenson getting heavy with the primary delays. First Avenue to Kedzie. 50 minutes. 355 to Lakeshore Drive. Outbound fine at 34. Ryan is 25 minutes. 95 to downtown. I-57. 25 minutes. I-80 to the Merrick. Bishop Ford 20. Eastbound Adams Tollway heavy from the Tri-State to the River Road Toll. Traffic is a service of TimeshareExitTeam.com. If you could get out of your timeshare safely and legitimately, would you? TimeshareExitTeam.com has a 100% guarantee. They'll get you out or give you a full refund. Call 844-321-EXIT. 844-321-EXIT. TimeshareExitTeam.com. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the AirComfort.com Weather Center. Here's our meteorologist, Kevin Snyder.
Today, thickening clouds, high 67. Tonight, mainly cloudy with a shower in spots, low 47. Cooler tomorrow with a passing morning shower, then clouds and sun for the afternoon with a high of 58 and a low of 40. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560, The Answer.
47 at O'Hare. Next news at 6:30. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Tasty Catering. Companies that are serious about a successful event choose Tasty Catering. Planning begins at tastycatering.com.
Good morning. Welcome to your Monday morning briefing. Here's what you need to know to start your day.
What's your name again? John Miller. What is your position? Well, I'm sort of handling PR because you get so much of it.
Is it you?
No, I don't think it. I don't know anything about it, and this sounds like one of the scams, one of the many scams. Doesn't sound like me.
Is there a difference in your mind between men and women?
Possibly.
I started skipping school because I didn't feel safe in school.
It's very important that the school district set the example and show that inclusion is the way to go, and it's also the law.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. Yeah. And how about the brouhaha at the Nevada Democrat Convention over the weekend? Boy, oh boy, for all the discussion of the crack-up of the Republican Party, may want to take a look at the other side because the Bernie Sanders supporters are not going quietly into that good night.
Well, they said it was rigged. I mean, what, at the final total was 15 to 20. They got 15 delegates. Hillary got 20, and they said it wasn't fair.
Well, part of it was this issue of seating Bernie delegates because they didn't meet the requirements to be seated as official delegate in terms of like.
What do you mean? You have to be certain height? What are requirements?
Yeah, there's a Yosemite Sam sign, and you have to be so high to ride that ride, which is why Rahm and all the other Chicago Democrats in charge of Illinois were not there. But no, this was about voting Democrat in the last primary.
Oh.
These sorts of things that the party can impose to kind of control who's controlling the party, I guess, to some extent. And even the sainted Barbara Boxer was booed, but it was pandemonium over there in Nevada, and it was driven by those Bernie supporters who are none too happy with the poobahs of the party.
And they are literally going to force us to leave the room when we called the meeting against everyone's verbal protests.
They were forcing the Bernie Sanders folks out, and they were not, as I said, invoking Dylan Thomas, not going quietly. And then the state party chairman, Roberta Lang, she gets up there while they're screeching and just ends the whole convention.
It's a ballroom. They probably host parties that go well into the morning.
I'll take a motion to accept the Cleos and at-large delegates as submitted by the campaigns. Do I have a motion? I have a motion. Is there?
What a...
All in favor, say aye.
No.
No. The ayes have it. That's how it went, basically. And the
It looked like a
convention was adjourned.
WWE.
Yeah, it was fun. Here's the fun part. Barbara Boxer gets up there to tell them that Hillary won it fair and square.
Oh, no. Did she get egged?
And if you don't like it, you can just boo yourself. So Barbara Boxer versus Bernie supporters. Who's feeling the burn here?
Without further ado, I present to you Senator Barbara Boxer.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I bring a message from Bernie Sanders, and I bring a message from Hillary Clinton. We need civility in the Democratic Party. Civility. Because the whole future of the country is at stake. Now, when you boo me, you're booing Bernie Sanders. Go ahead. You're booing Bernie Sanders.
Boo.
So, Sanders...
I just wanted to be there to boo Barbara Boxer as well. That would have been a fun weekend in Vegas, getting to boo Barbara Boxer.
Well, Sanders supporters said that that nearly 6 people were not given delegate status. 6 people, and that's why they were upset.
Yeah,
because if they had that, then that would have put them over the top against Hillary.
Well, and in a related story, Wendell Pierce. You ever watch the show The Wire?
No.
Yeah, well, then put that on your list, your homework list, along with catching up on Game of Thrones.
Right after I mow the lawn. All right.
Yeah. Detective, what was his name? Bunk Moreland? Was that his Bunk Moreland?
Sure, it was.
Sounds
anyway, good to me.
He was great in The Wire. Wendell Pierce. He was also in that HBO show Treme. Did you ever watch that? Treme. It took place in New Orleans. It wasn't as good. No. But anyway, he was arrested in Atlanta for getting in a fight with a couple of Bernie supporters.
What?
He's a Hillary supporter, and he apparently, according to TMZ, and that's the outlet of record when it comes to Wendell Pierce's of the world, was arrested for attacking. He was definitely arrested. He was arrested for attacking a Bernie Sanders supporter. So getting a little heated on the left. By the way, there was a fight at the Nevada, the Las Vegas, or the Nevada Dem convention that took place in Las Vegas on Saturday as well. There was when somebody was up there to give a report.
Mm-hmm.
We need a medic in the front. We need a medic.
Did you have a bleeder? Oh, what happened? Was it somebody bleeding? Well, it got so bad at that Paris Las Vegas hotel that once they, canceled the convention, they declared Hillary won. What have you? They came in
the convention.
Concluded.
Yeah.
A little bit early, but they concluded it. Special Las Vegas police were called in, and then special security firms were called in. They got everybody. They didn't care if you were a Sanders supporter or a Clinton supporter. They got everybody out of that hotel.
No, there was a lot of people, did the selfie video stuff to narrate what was happening. And the Las Vegas Sheriff's Department was called
Clark
in
County,
to clear out
those dirty Democrats. Yeah.
Well, the Bernie supporters.
Yeah.
So
Bernie supporters are allowed. They infiltrated our meeting that we had when we were trying to keep our principal Troy LaRaviere. They're not a shy group.
No,
and
they're
they just
professional
inserted
agitators.
themselves.
They got nothing else to do.
They are, and they're a lot of them. They're hippies, and they're women. With the hair down past their buttocks, and they're they wanted to take it to Rahm's house, but then they just interrupt the meeting and just started talking about Bernie Sanders.
Well, the larger point here, in addition to the fun of watching Barbara Boxer get booed, is that there is consternation within the Democrat Party. They're not all rolling in line with Hillary. They're not all conceding that she's going to be the nominee. And to the extent that she is, they think the system is rigged against their guy, Bernie. And their participation in a general election on behalf of Hillary Clinton is an open question. And that's why it's relevant. And of course, it's an underreported story because the Washington Press Corps are in the tank for Hillary. Bill on the South Side, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Yeah, good morning. I was just going to say, when it comes to that Democratic convention, I would think a tomato would have more effect than a boo.
Yeah.
And I just thought I'd throw that in. I hope you guys caught that.
Thank you for the call, Bill. Yeah, I mean, certainly throwing fruit would have had more impact.
I went with the eggs, but clearly nobody liked that idea.
Well, it's good news on that side. And a couple of other notes on Hillary Clinton.
Yeah, she's campaigning hard today in Kentucky. She's trying to get the coal miners there to support her. She had 3 events yesterday and 2 today.
Yeah, one other note on Hillary Clinton, kind of by extension, thinking globally.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know if you saw, but over the weekend, Cristina Fernandez de Kirchner, the former president of Argentina, was indicted.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, she was indicted on charges of manipulating the central bank to prop up the peso. This follows the president of Brazil,
right,
Dilma Rousseff, being impeached. So for those of you who, is it a time we had a woman in the, just the gender obsessed that are voting for Hillary Clinton because
they want the female ego in the White House.
The Cackle Caucus members who are voting strictly on the basis of gender. Remember what you get. It's not about gender. It's about character. We have 2 leaders of important South American countries. One's under indictment and the other's been impeached. It's about character, not gender, to the extent gender even exists anymore. And did you just say vajayjay?
And I suppose it's only fair to say, don't you someday want to see a woman president of the United States of America?
There's only one radio show in Chicago talking about today's biggest stories and telling you what they really mean. That show is this one, Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560, The Answer.
Plenty of sunshine greeting you for this back-to-work Monday. It's going to be warm, too, a high of 67 degrees. Then tonight, a shower in spots, and tomorrow morning, a passing shower, otherwise clouds and sun. Back on the cool side, a high in the mid-50s. Anything happening on the roadways? Here's Jim Telemonte.
Welcome to Monday Traffic. Amy and Dan, good morning. The Edens inbound is slow, starting around Cicero. 22 minutes Lake Cook to Montrose, outbound 19. The Kennedy, 24 minutes. O'Hare to downtown, outbound now 30. With delays on westbound 190 approaching O'Hare. And long lines at the security checkpoints again. Arrive well before scheduled flight departure. The Eisenhower, 45 minutes. Thorndale to the post office, outbound 36. The Stevenson, jammed. First Avenue to Kedzie, an hour and 5 minutes, 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive already. 52 minutes from the Tri-State. It's fine for now outbound. Ryan, 25 minutes, 95th to downtown. Eastbound Adams Tollway slow from Elmhurst Road to the River Road Toll Plaza. Northbound Tri-State has delays now from the Reagan Tollway to the Grand Avenue curve. Jim Talamonte, the Guardian Security Services Traffic Center.
It's the Ready to Ride sales event and time to gear up for your ultimate off-road adventure. Experience the unmatched performance of a Can-Am Maverick XDS or the affordable Outlander L starting at $63.99. Hurry in by May 31st and save up to $2,000 on select 2015 models, plus get great financing. Get ready to ride because the fun starts now.
Visit our equipment in Sycamore.
Subject to credit approval. Restrictions may apply. See dealer for details. For safety and training info, contact the ATV Safety Institute.
We're so excited about our sold-out golf outing at the Bolingbrook Golf Club coming up on Thursday, June 16th to benefit Operation Support Our Troops America.
If you weren't able to get in this year, don't worry. You can still reserve a tee time at the Bolingbrook Golf Club anytime this spring or summer by visiting BolingbrookGolfClub.com.
And thanks to the sponsors who are making our golf outing possible.
RE/MAX Professionals, Charity Golf International, Dr. Amy and Associates, MJ Miller and Company Jewelers in Barrington, Augustino's Rock and Roll Deli, and Pearl Mortgage.
Hi, I'm Dr. Howard. In my travels, I occasionally hear a Balance of Nature ad on the radio. These products are the culmination of my life's work, and I'm often surprised at my emotions that arise when people talk about how they have improved the quality of their life.
One thing that I'm amazed about is that prior to taking this, I was having hot flashes like almost every day, sometimes periodically, and haven't had them since then. So by all means, that's the one thing that I'm very grateful for.
These people are real. I'd like to thank the Balance of Nature customers for trusting me and for allowing me to help them in their pursuit of health.
Call now. Accept and complete Dr. Howard's 120-day challenge to earn a free month supply of Balance of Nature. Call 1-800-2468-751. That's 1-800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com. Use promo code CHICAGO.
Dad, I'm really afraid of what's happening with the economy. There's too much civil unrest, too much terrorism, and unstable global markets. I'm tired of riding the ups and downs of the market. It reminds me of 2008. I was caught off guard then. How do I prepare for the worst now? What'll I do if the dollar collapses?
You gotta stop worrying, son, and take action. It's time to think about a precious metals private storage IRA or an investment in silver with the Gold Silver Group. Like I said before, you insure your house, your car, your kids, and your life. Don't you think it's time to insure your wealth?
Call Gold Silver Group at 800-943-0829. Learn how easy it is to set up your own precious metals private storage IRA and how you can qualify for up to $700 in free silver. Gold Silver Group can satisfy any of your precious metals investment needs. Receive your gold and silver fully insured and privately delivered to your door. Call Gold Silver Group, 800-943-0829. 800-943-0829.
AM 560, The Answer.
Dan and Amy, so dueling commencement addresses over the weekend. Clarence Thomas at Hillsdale College in Michigan, where Peyton and Eli may attend.
That's a possibility.
And then, should attend even.
Yeah. And President Obama was at the Big Ten school, known as Rutgers.
Yeah, Condi Rice was not invited to that speech. She's not invited. She's not allowed to be on the campus of Rutgers. Remember, she was
that's right.
uninvited to give a speech at Rutgers because of the political correctness that actually Clarence Thomas spoke about in his commencement address. So it was a study in contrast because of the two men's worldviews, but also because of the substance of the men. Barack Obama gave a kind of pedestrian
it was a
political speech. Because that's
all
what he does. He's a political hack.
Well, he was just reminding people, you're all going to have challenges in this world, and when you get knocked down, it's how you get up, and the routine.
The world is more interconnected than ever before, and it's becoming more connected every day. Building walls won't change that.
He took some swipes at Donald Trump.
That's the point. His is a political speech because he's a hack. Because he's a pseudo-intellectual mope. That's what Barack Obama is. Now, on the other hand, Clarence Thomas gave thoughtful remarks thinking about the principles that undergird a free society. He also reflected on the passing of his friend and colleague, Antonin Scalia.
Over the almost 25 years that we were together, I think we made the court a better place for each other.
And he added, Scalia certainly did for him. Clarence Thomas, kind of a rare public appearance where he speaks at length. And you think there's any give from Clarence Thomas? Think again.
Words actually matter, not a current newspeak. I admit to being unapologetically Catholic, unapologetically patriotic, and unapologetically a constitutionalist.
Unfortunately, Hillsdale is one of the few colleges in the nation where that statement would get the kind of applause that you heard. Thomas added, do not hide your faith and your beliefs under a bushel basket, especially in the world that seems to have gone mad with political correctness. Clarence Thomas talking not about politics.
No, just talking about being good citizens and being good to one another.
And kind of thinking about how a free society should be ordered and what tolerance really is. And oh, by the way, as somebody who lived through actual persecution, lived through Jim Crow, actual institutional racism, systemic racism, tried to, a system that tried to keep the Clarence Thomases of the world down because of their skin color. I think he has more standing than the bedwetters and cake eaters on college campuses today that are offended at every slight perceived or real. Thomas also talked about that and talked about the Constitution, that the constitutional ideals were perfectible if we work to protect them rather than to undermine them, even though, of course, our government in practice has never been perfect and never will. He talked about civil rights and liberty.
Throughout my youth, even as the contradictions of segregation persisted, we revered the ideals of our great nation. Of course, we knew that our country was, like all human institutions, a flawed nation. But we also knew that in the ideal of liberty lay our last best hope.
Boy, contrast Clarence Thomas to what you get from the first black president when it comes to thinking about these big ideas and these big ideas in micro practice on college campuses or the rest of society. Big difference. You also heard Clarence Thomas refer to Newspeak. Here's some Newspeak for you. Criminals should now be declared justice-involved individuals. They're justice involved. This is part of the flurry of 11th hour edicts, regulations, directives from the Obama administration, consistent with the Dear Colleague letter. Obama's Education Secretary, John King, sent universities and colleges last week a letter asking them to not ask college applicants whether they are convicted criminals.
So that can't be on your if you're convicted criminal? If you're a felon?
This is very much like the emerging practices memorandum that was issued to high schools and colleges the country over about
the bathroom use?
About gender-neutral bathrooms and gender dysphoria and so on and so forth. So this is these are not convicted felons, rapists, burglars, armed robbers, drug dealers. They're not criminals. They're justice-involved individuals. They're involved with the justice system.
Well, I'd like to know if somebody sitting next to me in class is a rapist or a convicted felon.
Or involved in the justice system, as is the appropriate terminology, and not allowed to, not allowed, I mean, that's being encouraged. And you know how the government politely encourages you to do things at the point of a gun. Mm-hmm. Encouraged to not ask applicants to college if they're convicted criminals. This against the backdrop of the homicide surge in 2016, FBI transcript of a press briefing that Jim Comey gave late last week talks about the problem. And, of course, Chicago is mentioned prominently. Comey said from the Las Vegas trip, you can't tell that more than 60 people have been murdered in Las Vegas this year. From the Mag Mile in Chicago, you can't hear the sounds of gunshots that have killed more than 200 people so far this year. Lots of other cities, I said most of them, I think it was 42 or 43 I got briefed on, most of them have seen an increase. It's happening in certain parts of cities, and the people dying are almost entirely black and Latino men. We can't drive around that problem. I raise it all with you because I hope it's being reported on at local levels, but in my view, it's not in the attention of the national level that it deserves. And while he resisted invoking the Ferguson effect again, we know that this is part of the discussion. We know from our discussion with Dean Angelo, president of FOP, police have essentially, because of the civilian leadership, the cowardly civilian leadership in major cities, including Chicago, police effectively have been neutered, have been told to stand down in not so many words.
Well,
and the
also-
result is spike
yeah.
in violent crime.
But they're also afraid to make arrests, and they're afraid to use their weapons. Because look at Jason Van Dyke. I read that article about him in yesterday's Tribune. I mean, he was just doing what he was trained to do. And now he doesn't have a job. His income is very low. He's getting paid almost minimum wage to be a janitor at the FOP building. But he could be going to jail for the rest of his life.
Well, that's an outlier case, and I don't want to relitigate the Van Dyke case here,
But
particularly
it
without
sticks with
trial
people
pending.
who are on the streets
It's-
every day.
It's more the report from the task force, Rahm's task force. Everybody on the police department is a racist. That kind of stuff. And, we're coming after you, and the civilian leadership isn't going to back your play. That's the difference. And the result is that people die. That's the result. And this is why, frankly, local crime control may be a national issue in the 2016 presidential election like we haven't seen since 1968.
Before you see it on TV, share it on Facebook, or read about it in the paper. Hear it here first. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
World, say hello to some old friends. It's been a long time, but they remember you. They're my toes, and they've been hidden ever since I got nail fungus. Yeah, nail fungus. I know, embarrassing, right? Really ugly stuff that I just couldn't get rid of. Tried several doctors, took pills, creams, even considered surgery. Of course, with that, you lose your nail, and there's no guarantee that the fungus won't come back. So I tried Clear Touch. Clear Touch is a little handheld device you use at home. It's painless because it uses light. Yes, light to travel fast and deep. Can't believe I went so long hiding my toes when this simple, inexpensive solution was waiting right there at Clear Touch. Clear Touch is even cleared by the FDA because it's safe and works. Yeah, my toes saw the light. So, world, I'd appreciate it if you could pass the word about Clear Touch, the phototherapy solution that works.
Call 800-279-7573. That's 800-279-7573. That's 800-279-7573 or cleartouchnails.com.
Many of you own or manage growing companies, and you know that your entire business depends on your phones. If your phone service provider struggles to deliver your calls, it can mean lost revenue. It's often the case with an outdated phone system. The solution? Well, it's a company that we use here at AM 560. Innovative Networks is that company. They excel at providing innovative solutions to reinforce your company's phone infrastructure and enhance call flow. We truly appreciate how comprehensive, diligent, and cost-effective Innovative Networks was in providing solutions that scale as our business expands. Innovative Networks can even replace your outdated phone system at no cost and provide hands-on training to maximize your capabilities. You'll save money and be more focused on growing your business. Here at AM 560, we're thrilled with Innovative Networks, so follow our lead and call Innovative Networks at 312-453-7777. They're rated A+ by the Better Business Bureau. Call 312-453-7777 or visit go4inet.com. That website, go, the number 4, inet.com.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer, the TSA tries to ease security line gridlock as summer approaches.
And at 6:46, how dung beetles are informing the development of driverless cars.
Can't wait to hear about that. But first, let's go back into the newsroom. Here is Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, Turkish shelling and airstrikes by U.S.-led and military coalition aircraft have killed 27 ISIS terrorists in Syria this morning. Prosecutors will likely rest their case in the Baltimore trial of one of 6 police officers charged with the death of Freddie Gray. Tens of thousands of ethnic Hazaras marched through the street of the capital of Afghanistan today, effectively locking down that capital city, calling the government to reroute a power line. A new report claiming Donald Trump has a history of questionable behavior with women is being called out by one of the women mentioned in it. That New York Times article quotes women who relate incidents when Trump allegedly treated them as sexual objects. Meantime, this morning, a conservative Kansas congressman is claiming Donald Trump is not in step with the GOP.
You look at the issues, and particularly issues of the heart, like issues of life and marriage and family that are clear in our party platform.
U.S. Representative Tim Hoyleskamp on Fox. Ohio Senator Sherrod Brown says not going to say right now whether he would accept an offer to be Hillary Clinton's running mate.
I love the job I'm doing. My priorities are to continue to fight for manufacturing in my state and for jobs and health care and deal with lead issues.
Brown appearing on CNN State of the Union. Bernie Sanders in hot water with
The FEC election regulators say they found 8 campaign finance violations in a May Sanders report. And voters head to the polls in Oregon and Kentucky in presidential primaries tomorrow. American Airlines says it had to provide cots for passengers overnight at O'Hare as passengers missed their flights because of long waits at security lines. Authorities in Lake County say 5 have been hospitalized after appearing to overdose on an unknown substance. Lake County Sheriff said in a Sunday news release all 5 are expected to survive. A week-long manhunt in the state ends with Illinois State Police reporting a man suspected in a non-fatal police shooting has been shot and killed in an incident in which an FBI agent was also wounded. It involved Darcy Clint Pendleton, killed in an early morning shootout, killed at an abandoned house in southern Illinois in the Shawnee National Forest. The federal agent has been shot but expected to survive. Pendleton, you recall, was charged with attempted murder in the May 7 shooting of a Mahomet, Illinois police officer during a traffic stop. And this morning, Tom Brokaw's in hot water, getting some serious blowback for a joke made during his commencement address at Ole Miss. The former NBC anchorman saying if he were speaking in Alabama, he would have to use smaller words and shorter sentences. Twitter blowing up, so with several postings this morning saying Alabama, of course, has a higher academic ranking than Ole Miss. Yankees over the White Sox 7-5. Pittsburgh over the Cubs 2-1. The news, a service of Burger King breakfast. Right now at Burger King, get an awesome deal on breakfast. 2 croissant breakfast sandwiches for just $4, piled high with thick-cut bacon or sausage, fluffy eggs, melted cheese. 2 croissant for $4 only at Burger King for a limited time. Price and participation vary. A check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Dennis Prager isn't sold on Donald Trump as a conservative.
Nobody was founded except the United States on the doctrine of limited government. And I not only don't see that as a principle in Donald Trump's campaign, I think that the government will expand its power. He will tell companies where they can move and can't move, as an example. That's pretty powerful government. Barack Obama didn't even go that far.
The Dennis Prager Show, weekdays at 11, right before Sean Hannity at 2 on AM 560. The Answer.
Here Maps, the app that turns your phone into a car navigation system with offline maps and turn-by-turn guidance. Get it now at here.com/guide.
CertaPro painters are here for every stage of your life, from moving into a new home, creating the ideal nursery, to reinventing your living space. CertaPro painting experts create the perfect setting while you do life. They came to our home and brightened our walls and our moods so very quiet they wouldn't wake a baby. But the best part? They clean up after themselves so you don't have to do it. And now that spring is here, it is the perfect time to spruce up your home's exterior. Take a look at your home. Do you see chipping, peeling, fading? Well, leave it to CertaPro painting experts to refresh, renew, and protect your biggest investment, your home. Now is the time to call for your free estimate and schedule your exterior painting project. 1-800-GO-CERTA, 1-800-GOCERTA. That's CERTA with a C. Or visit CertaPro.com today, CertaPro.com. CertaPro Painters, we do painting, you do life. Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated.
In our Guardian Security Services Traffic Center, let's get the latest now with Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. The eastbound Adams Tollway has delays from Elmhurst Road to beyond the River Road Toll, where those delays then continue to around Montrose on the Kennedy, and slow again to Versio into downtown. 30 minutes from O'Hare to the Loop, outbound 45. Eden's 25 minutes, Lake Hook to the Junction, outbound 20. The Eisenhower, 50 minutes. Thorndale to the post office, outbound 40. The Stevenson again is brutal. An hour and 15 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive. Delays start as far south as 126. Outbound it's 44 minutes. The Ryan, 27 minutes, 95th to downtown. I-57, 31 minutes. I-80 to the Murray, Bishop 420. Traffic service of TimeshareExitTeam.com. Feel like you're trapped in your timeshare contract? Get out now safely and legitimately at TimeshareExitTeam.com. They'll get you out or give you a full refund. Call 844-321-EXIT. 844-321-EXIT. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte, AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer News next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the AirComfort.com Weather Center. Thickening clouds in the afternoon could lead to a little rain overnight. Warmer today, 67, and a low of 48 overnight. 47 sunny skies. Next news at 7. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Real Estate Live with Andrew Holmes. Get honest answers to your questions every Sunday at 12 noon.
Your money. Find out how to keep more of it and live debt-free. Tonight on The Dave Ramsey Show, starting at 7 on AM 560. The Answer.
It is becoming like a scene out of a Zucker Brothers movie, these TSA lines, Amy, and tell me about them because I fly private.
Oh, you don't fly private. Remember on Thursday I showed you, I said, look what's going on at Midway. The line stretched from the TSA
crazy.
security checkpoint all the way down the hall through the parking lot, Dan, through the parking lot to the CTA Orange Line. I mean, people are missing their flights. They had a record number of people at O'Hare to miss their flights in the month of March. It was 1,200 people missed their flights because of TSA long lines at the checkpoints, TSA checkpoints. And there's no solution. I mean, Jay Johnson from Homeland Security.
There is a solution.
Well, yeah, but he was out there saying they need more money.
Oh, of course.
And, because people are walking off the job. TSA agents don't like their jobs, and they'll literally, during their shift, they'll walk off the job. 117 TSA agents a week just simply walk off the job or don't show up for work because they don't like it.
117 out of how many nationally?
Well, nationwide, out of all the airports. But I'm just saying they can't keep up. There's 6,000 less TSA screeners than there were last year.
Sounds like an organizational problem. Sounds like something that a lot of people predicted when the George W. Bush administration decided to federalize airport security, federalize the TSA, rather than allow airport security to be a local issue. It's another classic case of a default to subsidiarity, what should have been a default to subsidiarity, even in the wake of 9/11, which is to say the government closest to the people, the power closest to the people is the most effective and the most responsive. Now, instead, we have this national problem created by a national bureaucracy. And what's the national response? More money.
Yeah, they need more money. But some airports are taking a stance, and some, like San Francisco, have decided to privatize their security. But the TSA is still guiding them. So they're taking a private security company and they're teaching them, their rules and the way that they screen bags. But if any of you have been in those long lines, and it's not just Midway or O'Hare, it's Atlanta. It goes on and on. There's a new hashtag out there because I know how you love the hashtags. I hate the wait. And I agree with these people. They'll be in line, Dan, for 3 hours for sometimes a 45-minute flight.
Well, this is insane. And so
ridiculous.
We'll take your TSA experiences as well. 312-642-5600, Turnkey.pro answer line. 64636DA, Turnkey.pro text line. I mean, I've traveled, I don't know, maybe 4 or 5 times this year, and I haven't had an experience anything like what has seemed to bubble up over the last several weeks. So I don't really know if this is a recent phenomenon or what exactly the problem is. It's bizarre. There is, of course, some remedies being proposed. One that already exists: get pre-checked, get global access.
Well, yeah, get TSA pre-check. Now they've lowered the price. When I did it, it was $250. Now it's $83. I don't know how they came up with the $83. The only thing about TSA pre-check, you have to fill out a lot of paperwork.
Well, yeah, but
which is fine. I mean, it's made my life so much easier because I travel a lot, and I look at everybody else in the long lines, and I think, God, just go get TSA pre-check.
It's a 25-minute process. When you go to the airport, you set up an appointment, like go to O'Hare, you set up an appointment, you fill out the paperwork, and
have you
wait
done
a
it
few
yet?
weeks. Yeah.
All right, and then and then you get interviewed, and they fingerprint you, and they do a background check on you, and there you go.
There's another thing going on in Atlanta, which is one of the nation's busiest airports as well. Innovation lines now being developed with the aim of screening more passengers in less time.
Okay.
Of course, maybe if this works in Atlanta, maybe it's scaled nationally. Chuck Schumer has suggested including more dogs.
Yeah, so they want
screening dogs.
Yep, canine units to clear passengers. But they're also, the TSA, when they're Jay Johnson at Capitol Hill on Friday, said, please, can the airlines, that we have these baggage fees now. So instead of paying $25 to check your bag, people are bringing that on. And that causes a lot of backup because they have to screen many more bags, thousands more than they did last year at this time.
Yeah, I suppose that's true. That's, the airlines dealing with the economics of air travel. Air travel has been, frankly, pretty cheap. You've seen ticket prices go down, certainly in the last
because
year.
gas prices have been going
Well,
down.
fuel makes a big deal. It makes a big impact. That's right. But so to the extent that the airlines are adjusting their modeling to make money, that's just tough beans for TSA. They need to do their job. By the way, the average salary for a TSA screener.
Oh yeah, what is it?
It's about $46,000.
Really?
So it's not, especially because you have a lot of young people. If you've noticed, you have a lot of young people that are screeners. You can see them. At least that's been my experience seeing them. I don't know what the age demographics are, but a lot of young people. And I'm not sure, based on what I've seen them do and how some of them communicate with passengers, how many employment options they have outside of the
some are
TSA
scary,
opportunity.
and some I love. Because I've been traveling a lot and I see the same people over and over again.
Well,
but
sure.
there's different rules at different airports. That's what's so strange, because sometimes I have to take my boots off, sometimes I have to take my necklace off, sometimes you can bring in certain amounts of liquids and other times you can't. So it's just there's a whole array of people that are TSA screeners.
No, you're right. It's fun to go to the same person. Like the guy who gropes me at Midway, I asked for him by name.
You asked for Alfred?
Yeah.
Oh, Alfred gropes me so well too.
Right.
I don't wear the underwire bras anymore now because it makes Alfred uncomfortable.
Alfred, are you sure you've checked everywhere?
Well, here's Jay Johnson, because David Curley from ABC News asked the pertinent question, because summer travel is right around the corner.
Mr. Secretary, will passengers wait 3 hours this summer in line?
Obviously, waiting 3 hours for what may be a 2-hour flight or a 90-minute flight is not acceptable, and that's not a good thing, and it would tax everybody's patience.
Mm-hmm. And let's also remember they've done stress tests. The TSA. Remember last summer there was a stress test, and what percentage of weapons got through? It was on the order of 90%. 90% plus failure rate for TSA. So, number one, they're not doing their job because they're jamming. The system is overloaded, so they haven't set up the necessary infrastructure or processes to move people through expeditiously. So that's number one. And number two, it is apparently for no reason, because what they're there to prevent, they're not preventing anyway. So it's the usual best of both worlds you get from the federal government.
I got a text message from someone saying, I would love to do TSA pre-check, but I don't want the government having that information on me.
Yeah. Well, I understand.
Because you do. You have to submit not just all of your fingerprints, not just your thumb. It's very scary. And then they look you in the eye. Have you ever committed a crime? They ask you deep questions.
Yeah, just like they used to for college applicants, but now the administration's changing that as well. Scott on the West Side, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Oh, hey, Dan. Dan, I have a question for you, and I know that you do a lot of research that I don't have time to do or choose not to do.
Yes.
I'm wondering, has the TSA ever stopped a known terrorist from getting on an airplane and prevented an act of terrorism on an airplane?
Thanks for the call, Scott. That's a good question.
Talk to your buddy. I'll set this one up.
I'm sure there's an instance.
Heard about it.
No, I'm sure there's an instance. Well, I suspect there's an instance.
Got in for the San Bernardino. He came in through Chicago.
I can't think of a specific instance, a high-profile instance where they have. I know they have stopped a lot of elderly women with screws in their hips from being wheeled through TSA without a proper pat-down. I know they've been able to accomplish that, but are there... obviously the shoe bomber, and that's what changed the policy.
With the screening of the shoes. No, if they stopped somebody who had explosives on them, we would know about it. And we have so many citizen journalists out there with the Twitter and the Instagram. We would have heard about it.
It's very much like the screening in airplane now. Too. The guys walking through with RPGs while they accost the little old lady. Randy in Crown Point.
Morning, guys. Two quick things. One is if it's under 4, 5, 6 hours, I get in the car and drive. I'm not going through the nonsense. But the second thing is every time I do go to the airport, and this is the big one, there's always one line, 2 lines, 3 lines with 15, 20, 25 people at that work for TSA there. And they're standing there yucking it up. Shut up, do your job, get people through. I have never been through TSA where there's been 1 or 2 people working, and that's the only ones there. I don't get it. And then at Midway, you go through the pre-screen where they check your ID, and then you go through the barrier where they check you. Why can't they do it all at once? To me, it looks like a streamlining issue, but the reality is if we're not stopping the explosives, which we haven't found any at this point, then be done with it. Shut it down. Go back to private and be done.
Thanks, Randy. Tom and Schaumburg.
Well, people need to be patient because the TSA agents need extra time to study all of the naked X-ray pictures. That's important.
That's true. Thanks for the call, Tom. That's a good point.
Listen, Betty, don't start off with your white zone again.
Connect with Dan and Amy on the AM 560 The Answer mobile app. Just text the word app to 64636 to download the app today.
Coming up next, Dan and his dung beetles and what they mean for the future. But first, here's your forecast. Plenty of sunshine, warmer than this weekend was, that's for sure. Can we have a do-over? A high of 67 degrees. Then tonight, a passing shower in spots. And tomorrow morning, we'll begin the day with a morning shower, then clouds, some sun in the afternoon, a high in the mid-50s. Let's get the travel times for your back-to-work Monday. Here's Jim Telemonte.
Well, Amy, on the inbound Stevenson, it's pretty smelly this morning, that's for sure. Traffic is just barely moving for long stretches. The delays start as far south as 126. It is jammed then from LaGrange Road to Kedzie. You're looking at an hour and 20 minutes already. From 355 to Lakeshore Drive, an hour and 5 minutes from the Tri-State. Outbound, 44 minutes to 355. Edens, 26 minutes. Lake Cook to the Junction. Outbound, 23. The Kennedy, 35 minutes. O'Hare to downtown. Outbound, 55, with, again, long lines at the security checkpoints at O'Hare. The Eisenhower, an hour and 7 minutes. Thorndale to the post office. Outbound 45 minutes. The Ryan, 27 minutes. 95th to downtown. Northbound Tri-State, slow in pockets from Harlem to LaGrange Road. From the Stevenson to 31st, and from the Reagan Tollway to the Grand Avenue Curve. Adams Tollway, slow Roselle to 53, and then from the Tri-State to the River Road Toll. Jim Talamonte in the Guardian Security Services Traffic Center.
I'm Lou Dobbs. The government says online sales continue to eat into brick-and-mortar retail businesses, and a warning about Russia's electronic espionage. Those stories next.
I'm Nick Soboleski, a SelectQuote agent with a true story that could save you hundreds of dollars a year. A woman named Linda just called. Her husband, Ray, has a $300,000 group life insurance policy, but is changing jobs and can't take it with him. Well, I impartially shopped the highly rated term life insurance companies we represent and found Ray, who is 41 and takes medication to control his cholesterol, a 10-year, $500,000 policy for under $26 a month. That's almost twice the coverage for less than half of what he had paid. If SelectQuote hasn't shopped for your life insurance, you're probably paying too much.
For your free quote, call 1-800-431-0848. That's 1-800-431-0848. 1-800-431-0848. Or go to SelectQuote.com. We shop. You save. Get full details on the example policy at SelectQuote.com/commercials. Your price can vary depending on your health, issuing company, and other factors not available in all states.
The head of Germany's domestic intelligence agency warning energy companies, telecom firms, and universities are all potential targets for cyber sabotage from Russia. He says Russia is aggressively engaged in electronic espionage worldwide. This week starts with new uncertainty about the future of traditional retail stores such as the Gap or Macy's. A government report suggests online sales are cannibalizing in-store business. Laptops and iPads siphoning off sales from brick-and-mortar outlets, a trend that will only continue. Subaru telling owners of some legacy and Outback vehicles not to drive them because the steering can fail. Dealers will follow up and start checking affected models this week. Please join me for Lou Dobbs tonight at 7 and 11 Eastern on the Fox Business Network. This is the Lou Dobbs Financial Report.
So what are you getting your father for Father's Day? It is on June 19th. So how about getting him the gift of a great night's sleep? Get him a pillow from MyPillow. If you go to MyPillow.com, type in Amy in the promo code, 2 pillows for the price of 1. Keep 1 for yourself. Give 1 to Dad. Now, this is gross, but did you know that 82% of all people don't know that you're supposed to change pillows every 2 years or less? Why? Because pillows absorb dead skin, dirt, skin oils, and dust mites that can cause allergies, acne, asthma, and who knows what else. So if you haven't already done so, you need a washable MyPillow. And guess what? So does your dad. Hey, dogs even love them. My dog, Bunky, is a big fan of MyPillow. And with a 10-year warranty, it's a great gift and health investment. And you'll sleep better. I know I do. That's why MyPillow is the official pillow of the National Sleep Foundation. So visit MyPillow.com or call 800-489-0201. That's 800-489-0201 or online at MyPillow.com. Promo code Amy.
My name is David Hochberg, and I'm hosting a credit enhancement and home buying seminar May 18th at Zany's Comedy Club in St. Charles. You should attend if you're credit challenged, filed bankruptcy, experienced a foreclosure or short sale, and would like to either refinance or purchase a home. You should attend if you'd like to learn how to secure the lowest interest rate when purchasing or refinancing a home. You should attend if you're tired of not being able to get your groove on because you're living in your parents' basement. More importantly, your kids should attend if you're tired of not being able to get your groove on because your kids are living in your basement. Go to PearlDavid.com, that's P-E-R-L David.com, to register for the May 18th Credit Enhancement and Home Buying Seminar at Zany's Comedy Club in St. Charles. The seminar is free and seating is limited, so go to PERLDavid.com now to register. Pearl Mortgage, an equal housing lender, Illinois Residential Mortgage License T 4358, RMLA, NMLS 19186.
If you're looking for the latest news, insight into what it means, and the sharpest opinion, there's only one station in Chicago where you can turn, and it's this one. We're AM 560. The Answer.
Amy, I'm not manuring you here. Dung beetles may, through how they navigate, provide insight into how driverless cars can be developed safely. I like you.
Wait a minute. How dung beetles can help with driverless cars?
You had an insect collection like I did as a child, right?
No, I didn't.
You weren't.
I have a zoo at my house, but beetles, I have no.
Not an aspiring entomologist like
No.
I was, my lonely childhood. Well, here's the thing about dung beetles.
Ugh, I Google imaged them, and I shouldn't have. But
Yeah, scientists in Sweden found that dung beetles capture the picture of the sky while they are dancing on a ball of manure. They record a mental image of the positions of the sun, the moon, and the stars, and they use the snapshot to navigate in search of animal waste, as we all do. But they have navigational skills that are a little bit more enhanced than ours. They have an amazing ability to navigate by the light of the Milky Way. And new research from scientists in Sweden who have nothing better to do than study dung beetles builds on that work and shows how they store and use the images of the sky inside their brains. And so you've got researchers in the area of developing driverless cars that say, based on these results, you could create robots or algorithms that could be incorporated into these driverless vehicles that could navigate without cues that humans input into the system. They could operate very much in the way that dung beetles operate, and that would enhance safety if only we behaved a little bit more like dung beetles.
I can't thank you enough for telling me about dung beetles.
There's your Science Minute.
You're listening to Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
This is Pete. I've had 3 missing teeth and have been thinking for a while about getting something done to get them replaced. I went to Dr. Neruzzi at Fox River Periodontics to see what they could do, and I'm glad that I did that. The staff there was fantastic. Dr. Neruzzi made sure I was comfortable during the entire process, always checking to make sure there was no pain. All my visits were very pleasant, and I'm glad I had it done. Another piece that made it fantastic was they worked with me on the payment. As all of us know, these are not inexpensive items to do, so they worked with me on the payment options as well as with my insurance carrier to help minimize my out-of-pocket cost. I feel so much better now that I've had my teeth and my dental implants put in. I feel more confident as I'm walking around. For those of you out there that are missing teeth and thinking about doing this, I would recommend you see Dr. Neruzzi and his staff. They're great, and I would highly recommend them going forward.
This is Dr. Neruzzi. I personally guarantee your happiness with your implants. Go to implantsforme.com.
For missing teeth, dental implants are wonderful. The advantages are fantastic. Just remember, implantsforme.com. Implantsforme.com.
Everywhere you go, the threat looms. It follows you no matter what you do. The longer you avoid the IRS and the financial difficulties you're going through, the faster they will begin to close in on you. So take control of your situation and stop the chase. John DeWatt of Thinking Outside the Box Law Firm will help you end the feeling of being hunted by the IRS. If you've avoided taxes or could benefit from the life-saving assistance of bankruptcy, it's time you call John DeWatt. This is an attorney who is willing to take on the federal government on your behalf. He's worked to discharge thousands of dollars in penalties, and he can help you settle your debts once and for all. Call 888-777-4193. Stop being hunted down by the IRS. Let John DeWatt of Thinking Outside the Box Law Firm deal with the IRS personally. His proven system works. Call John today for your own relief plan, 888-777-4193, or online at thinkingoutsidetheboxlaw.com. That's thinkingoutsidetheboxlaw.com.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer, the tale of the tape. Did Donald Trump pose as his publicist? And if so, why is he denying it now?
And at 7:37, can college students tell you the difference between a man and a woman?
But first, let's go back into the newsroom. Here's a good man, Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, here are the stories we're watching right now. Long lines at a Chicago airport this morning. Police say 2 were found dead inside an SUV on a Chicago expressway. Walgreens to open up clinics around the Chicago area. Pirates beat the Cubs and the Yankees tip the White Sox. Clouds will thicken as the day goes along. WIND Chicago News Time, 7 o'clock.
Fox News Radio. I'm Dave Anthony. ISIS terrorists may have stepped up the bombings and killings in Iraq lately, but
they're increasingly nervous, and they should be nervous.
Brett McGurk is the presidential envoy to the anti-ISIS coalition, says the militants' territory is shrinking.
We are finding the leaders. We're killing the leaders, and that's going to continue.
Coalition airstrikes and Turkish shelling killed 27 ISIS militants in Syria yesterday. Now, ISIS has overshadowed al-Qaeda lately, but that terror group keeps plotting. Fox's Tanya J. Powers has more live.
Inspire, al-Qaeda's magazine, is calling on would-be jihadis to undermine the American economy by targeting business leaders. Its cover has the headline, Professional Assassinations, with the image of a hooded killer watching an upscale home from outside. The issue encourages both organized jihadi groups and lone wolf jihadis, saying they should emulate the Palestinian attacks on Israelis by walking up to Americans and stabbing them. Dave.
Tanya, President Obama used a Rutgers graduation speech to take aim at Donald Trump, critical of his plan to build a border wall and
isolating or disparaging Muslims, suggesting that they should be treated differently when it comes to entering this country.
He said that's against our values. Now, the presumptive Republican nominee's also been criticized by Britain's prime minister, and now Trump is firing back. Fox's Simon Owen live in London.
But Dave, Trump suggesting the so-called special relationship between the US and the UK could be a bit less special if he becomes president and David Cameron is still prime minister.
It looks like we're not going to have a very good relationship. Who knows? I hope to have a good relationship with him.
Trump speaking to British network ITV. He's responding after Cameron called his plan to ban Muslims from entering the US divisive and stupid.
Well, number one, I'm not stupid, okay? I can tell you that right now. Just the opposite. Number two, in terms of divisive, I don't think I'm a divisive person.
The Prime Minister's office saying Cameron stands by his remarks. Dave?
Simon Trump's urging Bernie Sanders to run as an independent. There are 2 more Democrat primaries tomorrow, Kentucky and Oregon. Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
Sunshine, 48 degrees at 7:02 on AM 560. The Answer. Good morning. I'm Mike Scott. American Airlines had to provide cots for passengers overnight at O'Hare. They say passengers did miss flights because they had to wait for more than 2 hours to get through long security lines at the airports. That same story being repeated this morning. Long lines at O'Hare and missed flights. A man is dead after his vehicle was struck by a Metro train on the south side of Chicago. It happened late last night near 119th and Marshfield. The identity of that victim yet to be released. 2 were found fatally shot inside an SUV on a Chicago area expressway. Illinois State Police saying the shooting happened around 4 a.m. Sunday in the northbound lanes. On the northwest side, a silver Chevy Tahoe was stopped in a lane with a male driver and a female passenger found inside. Later, discovered to be both of Waukegan, 43-year-old Eric Taylor and 36-year-old Camille Cooley. Governor Bruce Rauner's vision of a grand 2-year budget compromise with Illinois lawmakers becoming more and more difficult to accomplish as the clock ticks down on this year's legislative session. Rauner's asking for more pro-business and other legislative changes as part of a budget compromise. He's hoping to get a deal done before May 31st. Illinois State Police say a suspect in a non-fatal police shooting has been shot and killed in an incident that also left an FBI agent wounded. It happened in southern Illinois near the Shawnee National Forest. And your local Walgreens drugstore chain is opening more than 50 neighborhood health clinics around the Chicago area. The Advocate Health Clinics will cover 8 counties across the area. Yankees beat the White Sox 7-5. Pirates over the Cubs 2-1. The news is a service of TimeshareExitTeam.com. Do you feel like you're trapped in your timeshare contract? Get out now, safely and legitimately at TimeshareExitTeam.com. They'll get you out or give you a full refund. 844-321-EXIT. 844-321-EXIT. A check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Did you know that if you have mutual funds in your IRA, 401k, or investment accounts, that according to Forbes magazine, you could be paying as much as 3.17% in hidden fees every single year? 3.17% may not sound like much, but over 10 years, it's costing you 32%, whether your fund is up or down. Hi, it's Tom Fortino of the Alpha Wealth Group in Chicago and host of the Alpha Wealth Hour on AM 560. This is just one of the reasons I hate mutual funds, and you should too. You may not know this, but you have far more investment options today without the excessive fees. Learn what they are in my free report, The Truth Behind Mutual Funds. What you learn may shock you. To get your free report, The Truth Behind Mutual Funds, call 630-519-4742. There's no obligation. That's 630-519-4742.
Investment advisory services. Offered through Retirement Wealth Advisors, Inc.
Psoriasis and vitiligo are serious diseases. You've tried everything and have been disappointed. Now there's X-Track, a breakthrough treatment that provides long-lasting, safe relief. X-Track is FDA cleared for the treatment of psoriasis and vitiligo and is endorsed by thousands of dermatologists and hospitals because it works. Clinical studies show immediate results with up to 95% clearance. The in-office visits are fast, painless, with virtually no side effects. With thousands of providers treating patients all over the country, X-Track is covered by all major insurance companies and Medicare. We'll help you find a doctor close by, and there is no cost to you until you see results. Get your life back. Live free. Live X-Track clear.
For your no-cost treatment, call now 800-972-3143. That's 800-972-3143. 800-972-3143 or visit xtracradio.com. Qualified patients, certain restrictions apply, results may vary.
Thousands of people are choosing to drive with Uber. That's where the riders are. So drivers have less downtime, are busier making more trips, earning more money.
I choose to drive with Uber because of the money and flexibility. I'm my own boss. I get to do what I want, when I want, and still earn extra money. Driving with Uber is the smartest thing I've done.
Earn the extra money you need. Just an hour or two a day and the money adds up fast when you drive with Uber. Get started today. Take 2 minutes and sign up right now. Go to drivewithuber.com. Drivewithuber.com.
It's the Ready to Ride sales event and time to gear up for your ultimate off-road adventure. Experience the unmatched performance of a Can-Am Maverick XDS or the affordable Outlander L starting at $63.99. Hurry in by May 31st and save up to $2,000 on select 2015 models, plus get great financing. Get ready to ride because the fun starts now.
Visit our equipment in Sycamore.
Subject to credit approval. Restrictions may apply. See dealer for details. For safety and training info, contact the ATV Safety Institute.
7:07 in our Guardian Security Services Traffic Center. Here is Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. Eden's inbound delays start at Niles Center. 30 minutes Lake Cook to Montrose, outbound 25. The Kennedy, 45 minutes. O'Hare to downtown, outbound 55. The Eisenhower. Now an hour and 20 minutes. Thorndale to downtown. An hour 5 from Manheim. Outbound 49 minutes to Thorndale. Stevenson, an hour and 15 minutes. 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 44 minutes. Ryan is 27 minutes, 95th to downtown. Lakeshore Drive southbound slow 18th to the Stevenson, northbound from the Stevenson to Jackson. Northbound Tri-State stop and go Harlem to 87th, Archer to the Hinsdale Oasis, and from the Reagan Tollway to Grand Avenue. Spot Adams Tollway Heavy Higgins to Barrington Road and Groselle Road to 53. Reagan Tollway from Myers to the Tri-State. Veterans Memorials, those 75th to the Reagan Tollway and Army Trail to 290. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte, AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast. From the AirComfort.com Weather Center, here's our meteorologist, Kevin Snyder.
Thickening clouds today with a high 67. Tonight, mainly cloudy with a shower in spots, low 47. Then a passing shower in the morning tomorrow. Some sun in the afternoon, high 58. Clear tomorrow night, low 40. Mostly sunny and cool Wednesday with a high 63. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560. The Answer.
47 at O'Hare, 49 along Chicago's Lakefront.
DS Arms Pro Factory Showroom in Lake Barrington. Much more than a gun store. Visit dsarms.com for more information.
Good morning. Welcome to your Monday morning briefing. Here's what you need to know to start your day.
What's your name again?
John Miller. What is your position? Well, I'm sort of handling PR because he gets so much of it.
Is it you?
No, I don't think it. I don't know anything about it, and this sounds like one of the scams, one of the many scams. Doesn't sound like me.
Is there a difference in your mind between men and women?
Possibly.
I started skipping school because I didn't feel safe in school.
It's very important that the school district set the example and show that inclusion is the way to go, and it's also the law.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. So, big question. Do you think John Miller can beat Hillary Clinton, President of the United States? 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line. 646-36DA, turnkey.pro text line. John Miller, a.k.a. Donald Trump, a.k.a. John Barron.
Well, I thought you were going to be John Barron all day today, and I was going to be John Miller. We were going to role play, pretend to be publicists.
Well, this is the story, right? So, Donald Trump, doing an interview with the Washington Post, is asked by a reporter if he ever retained John Miller as his PR guy, and that elicited a click, as in hanging up the phone. The Washington Post called back, and then Mr. Trump was unavailable, and it all turns on this audio that the Washington Post obtained. Now we'll get to the question of where they may have obtained it. This audio of Donald Trump 25 years ago, clearly impersonating John Miller, his alter ego PR guy, talking to a reporter from People magazine named Sue Carswell.
Yeah, and she was asking him about his love life because he had recently divorced his first wife and he was with Marla Maples, and she wanted to know, is he committed to Marla Maples? How serious is this? And John Miller spoke on behalf of Donald Trump.
How are you? Good, Harry. What's your name again? John Miller. And you work with Miller? Yes, that's correct. John Miller. Can you sort of, I guess we're going to try and put a story together. We have a deadline today because our magazine closed, basically yesterday, but we'll probably get something together. But, it's been on the cover of New York Post and yeah, I saw that. What kind of comment is coming from your agency or from Donald? Well, it's just that he really decided that he wasn't, he didn't want to make the commitment. He didn't want to make a commitment. He really thought it was too soon. He's coming out of a marriage that, and he's starting to do tremendously well financially. As you saw, he got his licenses 5-0 the other day, and totally unanimous. And he's really been working hard and doing well. And probably, as you know, there's a real estate depression in the United States, and he's probably doing as well as anybody there is. And frankly, he wants to keep it that way. And he just thought it was too soon to make any commitment to anybody.
Yeah, tremendously well was the tip-off, in addition to him being bad as a master of disguise of his voice. So that was the other thing. So it's clearly him, and Carswell said that he called her a couple weeks after the interview and apologized for impersonating John Miller. Is this conduct becoming a possible president of the United States? But 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line.
His ego is so big. He's so narcissistic. I mean, he went on to say, Madonna wants me and all these women love me.
What's your name again? John Miller. What is your position? Well, I'm sort of handling PR because he gets so much of it. Yeah. He's living with Marla, and he's got 3 other girlfriends. She dropped Mick Jagger for Donald, and that's where it is right now.
Well, it's so funny.
I'll tell you what. You have athletes that talk about themselves in the third person. Donald Trump has just created a third person.
Oh, you know what?
So, I mean, it's just kind of a stone's throw, I suppose, in a sense. Now,
he did say, onto what you said, that Sue Carswell said that he did call 2 weeks after that 1991 interview and came clean.
He told me that he was sorry that, he had done this, and it was at Marla's expense.
Now, here's the theory about who leaked this audio to the Washington Post. And the theory is that Donald Trump did it. Carswell says no one else had that audio. I don't even have it anymore. She thought it got trashed when she was moving apartments years ago. The only other person she thought had it would be Donald Trump. And Trump, before the story broke, was taking out after Jeff Bezos, who, of course, is the CEO of Amazon.com, but he's also the owner of the Washington Post, purchased it in the last year or so. And Bezos, well, the Washington Post has 20 reporters allegedly assigned to Donald Trump to dig up dirt on Trump. And here's what Donald Trump had to say about Jeff Bezos in the Washington Post.
Every hour we're getting calls from reporters from the Washington Post asking ridiculous questions. And I will tell you, this is owned as a toy by Jeff Bezos, who controls Amazon. He bought this paper for practically nothing, and he's using that as a tool for political power against me and against other people.
So here's the deal. Yesterday, he even denied that he was John Miller.
Right. He did.
After he admitted to Sue Carswell 2 weeks after it happened that he was joking around, I'm sorry. He went on Sunday talk shows and said, no, this is wrong.
Is it you? No, I don't think it. I don't know anything about it. I have many people that are trying to imitate my voice, and you can imagine that. And this sounds like one of the scams, one of the many scams. Doesn't sound like me.
I think you should pin it on Daryl Hammond. That's the fall guy here. Where was Daryl Hammond in 1991? Huh?
I mean,
so here's the conspiracy theory, though. Let's finish this thread. So Trump has the audio. He goes after Bezos. Then he releases in Zero Hedge at zerohedge.com. Tyler Durden over there kind of unwound this, at least as a theory. He sends it to the Washington Post, knowing they'll pick up on it. And then he creates this controversy surrounding it by denying it. And this gets us off talking about Trump's tax returns, gets us off talking about Trump's butlers' Facebook postings, gets us off talking about so many things related to Donald
Trump. Japan and South Korea have nukes to defend themselves against North Korea, too.
But especially the tax returns, the Butler stuff, some of the other controversies that have bubbled up, the Paul Ryan stuff, the questions about who is actually willing to consider being Trump's VP. It gets us all off this and talking about something that is going to be perceived as petty by Trump supporters against the Washington press corps vis-a-vis Trump. And so it's just going to rally more people to the defense of Trump to say, why are we digging this up from 25 years ago? Who cares what he did? Who cares if he impersonated a reporter? I hate the media anyway. And so it completely changes the topic of the news cycle as it pertains to Trump's candidacy.
Yeah, I mean, the article wasn't about national security or about economics. It was a cheeky article about his love life. But still, he lied to people about it. He misrepresented himself to the reporter, and the reporter wanted to talk to Donald Trump. So why didn't he just say, I'm Donald Trump? Why did he play this game with the reporter? And she says that this is comparable to Watergate.
Now getting banged over the taxes, the butler comes out and says outrageous things about President Obama. He figures, you know what, little diversion here is in order.
Yeah, but what's so weird is that 25 years, and all of a sudden this comes forward. There's no reason for it to have come forward at all.
There's not been some Watergate break-in at your apartment where someone could have...
This is Watergate going on right now, Michael.
Well, she's unhinged.
Hyperbole.
That's silliness. It's Watergate. What is she talking about?
Well, secret tapes that were revealed.
The issue is whether this was Trump orchestrating this, whether it was Trump as the puppet master pulling the strings to redirect the national conversation about the race or not. The question is the underlying conduct. And resist the temptation to tell me this is 25 years ago. Right, 25 years ago when Trump was the tender age of 45.
Yeah, youthful indiscretion.
Right. So the question is the underlying conduct. And is there any conduct that Trump can engage in that is worthy of condemnation by Trump supporters, either fervent Trump supporters who've been with him from the beginning or those who have come to Trump as a better alternative to Hillary? That would be the question I would put to people. You can still support Trump.
Well, do you trust him anymore?
You can still support him and you can still vote for him, but can you at least bring yourself to say there are certain things that are inappropriate, that are a little disturbing?
It's bizarre.
That are starting to border on the presentation of a choice between a person who is criminally unfit for the presidency and perhaps someone who is mentally unfit for the presidency. That would be my question. Let's go to Benjamin Franklin in Deer Park. I didn't know he was still alive. Mr. Franklin.
Well, good morning. Thank you for having me on my show. A long time ago, hundreds, it was 1776 or 89, I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
But I was inside Independence Hall. We wrote this thing called a document, and we came outside this beautiful hall, and a beautiful woman came up to me and said, Dr. Franklin, what type of government do you have? And I said, it's a constitutional republic if you can keep it.
Yes.
Now, 200 years later, boys and girls, you haven't done your job. We've got Hillary and Donald, so I don't know. Maybe Google up Gary Johnson, the Libertarian Party. Thank you for taking my call.
Thanks, Benjamin Franklin.
Yeah, why don't you go fly a kite, Franklin? And thank you for Paul Richard's Almanac. Good stuff. Let's go to Bob in Waukegan. You're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Yeah, it really does. In following your dung beetle theory earlier,
Yes.
you know, what we have in America now is 2 buckets of manure. The Hillary bucket of manure and the Donald Trump bucket of manure. We need to get over ourselves because the American people have screwed this election up so bad that it's never going to come back. So you just have to accept it, stop worrying about it, and pick the bucket that smells the least to you, because that's where we're at right now.
Thanks for the call, Bob. We're all dung beetles now, dancing on balls of manure. Well put, Bob.
Trying to cling on to the Constitution.
Frank in St. Charles.
Yeah, I think if Mr. Trump was smart and took the time to think about this, he would have said, since they have him on tape, look, it was 25 years ago. I was yanking their chain. I used to go back and forth with the press. They'd say stuff about me. It was more or less a practical joke. I mean, big deal. You know, I was just...
Well, that's right.
But I don't care so much about the practical joke. I care that he's lying about it right now.
Well, yeah, he shouldn't lie about it.
I know, it's
Just
ridiculous.
admit it was a goofy joke, and I used to yank their chain every once in a while just for the heck of it.
Thanks for the call, Frank. Well, that's it.
He said-
If it's not a big deal, then just admit it and dismiss it as not a big deal. But that's not what he's doing.
No, he's denying. And now can he take it back and come back there? I mean, he loves the media, right? He loves talking to the media. But last night, his daughter, Tiffany, graduated from University of Pennsylvania. He didn't speak to the media at all.
Pat in Schaumburg.
Yeah, it's all a lead-in for to talk about Hillary's past sex life. Donald Trump's like laying the table. He's a week ahead of everybody. He's a genius.
Thanks for the call, Pat.
If I want to hear about that.
I hope it's not a lead-in to talk about Hillary's sex life, because I can't.
I can't. No, I don't know.
I've taken on too much
No.
water this election cycle. That'll sink me. Chip in St. Charles. You're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
I heard Hillary Clinton impersonating a dog, and it didn't seem like everybody made a big deal out of that. And you talk about Donald Trump and criminal and mental capacity. Well, the same thing goes for Hillary.
Well,
so I don't know. You know.
Thanks for the call, Chip.
I don't think Hillary would ever pretend to be a publicist to
Well-
talk
well-
about herself.
Well, Hillary Hillary barking. She was barking at a campaign stop
Mhm.
when she did that, so there was no confusion about who was doing it. This is a little bit different. Sean in Elmwood Park.
I mean, what a race to the bottom this is. Listen, if you're too dense or too dumb to admit that was Donald Trump and that he's a bald-faced liar, that's fine. That's fine. That's one thing. Is there any question that he is threatening to use the full weight and force of the government against the businessman? Is there any question that Donald Trump will use the authority of the government against anyone he disagrees with, which, by the way, it's a lot of people. So if you are a stockholder, which most anybody with a mutual fund or any retirement, you are in Amazon, you better pray to God this buffoon doesn't get into office. Because if he starts settling vendettas for 40 years of being a lying fraud scumbag, we're with the full weight and force of the government, we're all going to pay.
All right, thanks, Sean. I'm going to have the rebuttal to Sean's case, Wall Street Journal editorial over the weekend, the entrepreneur's case for Trump, right after this.
When we straighten the country out, Sean, we'll be very happy, and you'll be at the front of the line because you've been complaining for a long time.
This is the morning show more Chicago radio listeners are choosing. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Plenty of sunshine right now. A high today of 67 degrees, which is right about average for this time of year. Then tomorrow we go back into the 50s. Tonight a shower in spots, and tomorrow morning a passing shower or two. Then clouds and sun. A high only in the mid-50s. Let's get the travel times. Any big delays? Here's Jim Telemonte.
There are, Amy and Dan. Good morning, especially on the Eisenhower, the Stevenson, the Ike is an hour and 10 minutes. Thorndale to downtown, 55 minutes from Manheim. And outbound 54 to Thorndale. Stevenson, an hour and 5 minutes. That's actually an improvement. That's from 355 to Lakeshore Drive. Outbound, it's 44 minutes. Eden's 30 minutes Lake Cook to the junction, outbound 25. The Kennedy, 50 minutes either way between O'Hare and downtown. The Ryan, 30 minutes, 95th to the Loop. Northbound Tri-State, stop and go Harlem to Archer, from the Stevenson to 31st, and Roosevelt to North Avenue. Adams Tollway, Slow Higgins to Barrington Road, and Roselle to 53. Reagan Tollway from 355 to Philly, then from Highland to the Tri-State. The Veterans Memorial, it's gummed up from Boughton to the Reagan Tollway, and Butterfield to Roosevelt. Jim Talamonte, Guardian Security Services Traffic Center.
On AM 560 The Answer, we talk about the important issues that affect your world. Things like the economy, education, and foreign policy. There's always so much going on in the news that we don't always have the time to focus in and talk about the big ideas behind the important issues. Enter Upstream Ideas online at upstream-ideas.com. Upstream Ideas, in partnership with the Illinois Policy Institute, provides the kind of information that informs the policy discussions happening here on AM 560. At Upstream Ideas, you'll broaden the debate, move beyond partisan assumptions, and challenge accepted beliefs. Upstream Ideas goes against the current and thinks upstream. Go online now at upstream-ideas.com. That's upstream-ideas.com. You'll be armed with new information and fresh perspectives to help encourage you to make the state of Illinois and the United States of America a bit freer, a bit more just, and a bit more civilized. Upstream-ideas.com.
I have struggled with irritable bowel syndrome for 40 years. Really struggled with it. And I want you to know that since I have been taking Balance of Nature, I don't have it anymore. After 40 years, I'm 75 years old, and after 40 years of struggling with this, and, early on taking all kinds of medication and this, that, and the other thing, back in October, I was able to cancel my appointment with the gastroenterologist. Your products have made my life. They have improved the quality of my life so tremendously. I can't be grateful enough. So please thank you all, and please, if you ever have a chance to, please thank Dr. Howard.
Good health is just a phone call away. What are you waiting for? Call now and take the health challenge to get a free month's supply of Balance of Nature. Call 1-800-2468-751. That's 1-800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com. Use promo code CHICAGO.
Hi, this is Shalom Klein of Get Down to Business, the show for small business, jobs, and entrepreneurship, powered by Tandem HR.
On January 1st of 2016, the Affordable Care Act's transitional rules for small and mid-sized employers expire, and the employer health care mandate will apply to all employers with an average of 50 or more full-time employees. You need to be planning for 2016 now. If you have fewer than 50 employees, you still have some research to do. Your company may be eligible for certain tax credits. If eligible, these credits can help defray the costs associated with providing healthcare coverage. Understanding exactly whom employers must cover and why they become subject to the employer mandate isn't always clear. Consult appropriate advisors to make sure that you understand which provisions of the Affordable Care Act apply to your organization. Stay compliant and avoid penalties.
For more tips, advice, and stories of entrepreneurial successes, listen to Get Down to Business with me, Shalom Klein, heard Sunday evenings at 6. Your Business Minute of the Day is brought to you by Everett Wealth Solutions.
AM 560, The Answer.
Dan and Amy, of course, we're hearing from the Trump right or wrong folks. Text from 708. You two are no better than Jeb Bush or Mitt Romney or Hillary Clinton. Thank you for that Karnak routine. The answer, you're going to regret your never Trump stance. Interesting. I haven't taken a never Trump stance, but
Me neither. But I'm trying to trust him and like him. And when he does stuff like this and denies, obviously, it is his voice. Obviously, he has admitted even to the reporter that he was joking around with her. And I don't trust him. And that's hard for me to vote for him.
Yeah, but that's one varietal of Trump voter, the Trump voter that doesn't listen, and it's Trump right or wrong. There is not a crossword that is tolerated about Donald Trump, and you can't assess anything he says or does other than to repeat them in the glowing terms that he provides them. It's an interesting approach. This is where an example of the Trump supporter that's become the new establishment. My party right or wrong, now it's Donald Trump right or wrong. Explain to me the moral or even political difference. But in terms of the case, of the entrepreneur's case for Trump, there is an interesting piece in the Wall Street Journal over the weekend I mentioned. Anthony Scaramucci makes the case. He is a founder of Skybridge Capital. He says there are 4 things that the movement from the right to stop Donald Trump is missing. Trump has empathy. He's both a beneficiary and a victim of the soundbite generation, Mr. Scaramucci writes. He's leveraged social media to run a thrifty campaign, but critics have also latched on to one-liners rather than examine the whole of his record. You couldn't find one person who knows Trump who thinks he's a racist. While his stance on immigration has often been expressed in brutish terms, the substance of his message is not crazy. Trump's empathy, when voters see it properly expressed, will lead to victory in November. That's one. He is a pragmatic entrepreneur. It's not uneven principles. It's being pragmatic. That's how he built his brand. He's not ideological, and apparently the Republican Party is not ideological anymore. That's two. He's a team builder. Mr. Scaramucci spent personal time with Donald Trump, he writes, and he came away with a feeling, he says, that he has analytical depth to excel at the job of presidency, kind of the argument of surrounding himself with smart people. And then the fourth is that he can win. I don't know what that has to do with supporting the entrepreneur. That's more of a policy matter. But this is the case for Donald Trump, and 4 points from somebody who is a entrepreneurial capitalist who's supporting Donald Trump. So there's a variety of opinion out there, and we're going to present all of it, not just the Trump version of it. And if you can't take that, then you know what you need to do.
Oh, what?
Grow up a little bit.
Listen to Dan and Amy on your smartphone. Download the AM560 mobile app today at 560theanswer.com/mobile.
The ALS Association Greater Chicago chapter is fighting ALS every day on every front. They're the preeminent leader in the fight against ALS in the state of Illinois and provide superior care services and resources to those living with ALS. The Greater Chicago chapter funds the only 2 certified treatment centers of excellence at University of Chicago and University of Illinois. They're the leaders in funding national and international ALS research. Advocate tirelessly on Capitol Hill for those who have ALS and work closely with the Department of Defense, who provide funding for ALS research and ALS veteran care. Military personnel are 2 to 4 times more likely to be diagnosed with ALS than the general population. You can help the fight to stop ALS. Run their marathon, join one of their 3 walks, or play in their golf outing. Just call 312-932-0000. That's 312-932-0000 for more information about the ALS Association Greater Chicago chapter.
AM 560, The Answer.
And coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer,
trying to figure out how the left can both be gender obsessed while saying gender doesn't exist at 7:37.
And later, meet America's newest multimillionaires, and they say it's all because of divine intervention. We'll explain. But first, into the newsroom we go. Here is Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, Turkish shelling and airstrikes by U.S.-led military coalitions reportedly have killed 27 ISIS terrorists in Syria. Prosecutors are expected to rest their case today in Baltimore in the trial of one of 6 police officers charged in the death of Freddie Gray. A New York Times report claiming Donald Trump has a history of questionable behavior with women has one woman mentioned in it up in arms.
They told me several times, and my manager several times, that it would not be a hit piece and that my story would come across the way that I was telling it, and honestly, and it absolutely was not.
Trump ex-Rowan Brewer Lane. Democrat presidential frontrunner Hillary Clinton makes her pitch to voters in Kentucky ahead of Tuesday's primary.
Can you produce positive results that make a difference in people's lives? Because that's going to be increasingly important in this complicated, interconnected, interdependent world we're living in.
Clinton attacking Bernie Sanders as Democrats head to the polls Tuesday. Voters from both parties go to the polls in Oregon. A new poll shows Georgia voters are torn between Trump and Clinton. The Atlanta Journal-Constitution survey found Trump with a lead, 45% to 41% over Clinton in Georgia. American Airlines says it had to provide cots for passengers overnight at O'Hare. Many passengers missed flights because of long security lines. San Francisco now emerging as a candidate to host the Lucas Museum. That city's supervisor telling the Tribune discussions are now underway to possibly bring that project back to the West Coast. Chicago sports, Yankees beat the White Sox 7-5. Pirates over the Cubs 2-1. The news, a service of TimeshareExitTeam.com. Do you feel like you're trapped in your timeshare contract? Get out safely and legitimately at TimeshareExitTeam.com. They will get you out or give you a full refund. 844-321-EXIT. Call 844-321-EXIT. A check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
The Joe Walsh Show.
Let me go to Michael in Uptown. Hi, Michael, your turn.
Yeah, Joe, the government bailed out the rich people who own General Motors.
Let me ask you a question, Michael. Do you think it's a good idea that the government bails out billionaires?
I will not submit to your interrogation. If you got something to say to me, get up on your hind legs and speak.
Are you talking to me?
I'm talking to you.
Oh, okay. No, Michael.
I will not submit your domination trip.
You talking to me? You talking to me? Well, I'm the only one here. Okay, Michael.
The Joe Walsh Show. Weeknights starting at 5 on AM 560. The Answer.
Running your own business, running you ragged? GoDaddy can help with website design, online marketing tools, and 24/7 expert advice. Go you. GoDaddy.
Mike Rowe here for 1 hour. Today, Chuck is jogging in place to make a point about energy efficiency.
I thought I was training for a marathon.
He's been at it now for...
3 minutes.
And already he's wearing out.
I'm not.
Your heating and air conditioning systems are a lot like Chuck.
Warm yet somehow cool?
Wheezing, wasting energy, and probably headed for replacement.
You're talking about the air systems, right?
Sure, pal. Sure. Call 1 hour before it's too late.
Can you do the disclaimer for me?
Each independent franchise is licensed in its respective state or county.
Thanks.
We're so excited about our sold-out golf outing at the Bolingbrook Golf Club coming up on Thursday, June 16th to benefit Operation Support Our Troops America.
If you weren't able to get in this year, don't worry. You can still reserve a tee time at the Bolingbrook Golf Club anytime this spring or summer by visiting BolingbrookGolfClub.com.
And thanks to the sponsors who are making our golf outing possible.
Remax Professionals, Charity Golf International, Dr. Amy and Associates, MJ Miller and Company Jewelers in Barrington, Augustino's Rock and Roll Deli, and Pearl Mortgage.
Running a business is tough these days. From a president who claimed it
You didn't build that. Somebody else made that happen.
to the mountains and mountains of taxes and regulations here in Illinois. But many companies, big and small, have persevered, serving their customers and communities. If that's you and your business, then AM 560 The Answer wants to celebrate your success and tell your story. It's the AM 560 Business Tour 2016, presented by Signature Bank. This spring, Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson will be broadcasting live from businesses in Illinois with success stories of overcoming the odds and thriving in spite of the challenging business environment. If your company fits this description, then we want to know about it so we can consider broadcasting from your location. Tell us your story. Visit 560theanswer.com/business and submit your information. That's 560theanswer.com/business. Sponsored in part by Flex Execs Management Solutions.
7:36 in our Guardian Security Services Traffic Center. Here's Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. Inbound Edens, 25 minutes. Lake Cook to Montrose, outbound 30. The Kennedy, 50 minutes. O'Hare to downtown, outbound 50 as well. The Eisenhower, an hour and 15 minutes. Thorndale to the Loop, outbound 58 minutes. The Stevenson, an hour and 5 minutes. 355 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 44 minutes. Ryan is 32 minutes, 95th to downtown. See delays on the Tri-State southbound, 21 to 120. Northbound, it's really heavy, 115th most of the way to 31st. Roosevelt to the Grand Avenue curve. Traffic is a service of Burger King's breakfast. Right now at Burger King, get an awesome deal on breakfast. 2 croissant breakfast sandwiches for just $4. Piled high with thick cut bacon or sausage. Savory sausage, fluffy eggs, melted cheese. That's 2 croissant for $4 only at Burger King. Limited time only, price and participation vary. Traffic answers when you need them most. Jim Talamonte, AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast. From the AirComfort.com Weather Center, 80 years of quality mechanical solutions for your business. Clouds will thicken up this afternoon, and we'll have a chance of rain overnight. 67 for a high temp, and 48 overnight, 58 tomorrow. 48 officially at O'Hare. Next news at 8. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by College Illinois. Secure your child's future by enrolling them today at collegeillinois.org.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. So I've got a question. Be happy to take theories on this. How does the left, in its chaotic thinking, reconcile its gender obsession? We need a woman in the White House. for example. I mean, that's Hillary's entire campaign. With its belief that gender doesn't exist. Isn't that a paradox? Or am I missing something? I'm sure I'm missing something.
No, that's a good point. But even the leftists of the left that I know are very upset with this new bathroom policy because their kids are uncomfortable with it. Are you uncomfortable with it? I feel like a traditionalist there's certain things in life that I don't want to change. I want the security of privacy in my women's washroom. But more importantly than that, I want the security of privacy in the boys' washroom. And any parent out there who has children knows how important that is.
Mm-hmm. Well, we've got another nice offering from the Family Policy Institute of Washington State. This guy, Joseph Backholm, who is the head of that organization. You remember a few weeks ago, we played him interviewing college students. He's a 5'9" white guy and asking them through a progression of questions if they would have any problem if he identified himself as a 6'5" Chinese woman. And, of course, none of these college kids, well, with few exceptions, could figure out a way to criticize self-identification of a 5'9" white guy as a 6'5" Chinese woman. Well, now we've got the question he's putting to Seattle University students. Is there any difference between a man and a woman?
I think that gender is fluid, so if you want to use a bathroom because that's a place and that's a space where you feel comfortable and safe in doing so, then I think that that's completely fine.
I think that if whoever you think you are, if you're male or female, then that's the bathroom you should go into.
I think if it doesn't really negatively affect anybody, then I think anyone should be able to choose what gender they choose to identify as.
People, no matter what their gender identification is, they should be allowed to use whatever restrooms they feel like they identify with.
So there's your college campus, a smattering of students, a cross-section of students weighing in on the bathroom issue. And he uses the bathroom issue to transition to whether or not they are able to distinguish between a man and a woman. Listen to this.
Is there a difference in your mind between men and women?
No, yes. I mean,
possibly. In general, yes. But I don't know why I think that.
Socially, currently, yes, there is. There is no need for that difference to exist, scientifically and logically.
If you think that you're a male, if you think that you're a female, that matters more than the biological difference.
There's not much difference besides what society forces on people.
Yeah, the societal construct.
Yeah.
These pseudo-intellectual dipsticks. It's just
Did he
sad.
really just say that?
Societal construct. I'll tell you what, those students all need to go visit an OBGYN. Get a little education.
Because you have certain body parts, and we have certain body parts.
Boys have a penis, girls have a vagina.
Yes, thank you.
Wow.
That's from a kindergartner in Kindergarten Cop. Even he gets it. And he was educating Arnold Schwarzenegger. Thanks for the tip. So yeah, there's that. I mean, there's things like the ability to bear children. That's, so it's
minor details.
It starts out with
Dan.
XX and XY and
chromosomes.
Yeah. Well, this interviewer from the Washington Family Policy Institute goes on to put a real brain teaser before these kids. He asks them, "What is he?"
What would you say I am?
Just judging off of your looks, I would say that you're a male. I would probably assume a man, but then you never know.
A male.
Why would you say that?
Based on how I look at you.
That's racist. That's sexist.
I wonder what they would say in terms of being able to distinguish between a man and a woman at the sorority or fraternity mixer, where they're making out, these women are making out with some dude in the corner, and vice versa. These pseudo-intellectual social construct purveyors trying to hit on women at their parties on campus. I wonder if they would say if they would notice any difference. I mean, this is how addled they've become, and this is the whole I can't have an opinion or pass judgment on anything, at least not insofar as there's any moral difference between the two. It's time to get rid of the labels.
Then is there a reason to have those labels, male or female?
I don't think so. I think that it's, again, a social construct of this binary that we're given at birth. There is
kind of a difference, but at the same time, if someone wants to identify as one or both or as nothing, I also find that completely okay. And
yeah. You know what the good news about this is?
What? Is there any good news?
There's lots of good news. No more WBE MBEs, right? No more women business enterprise designation like we have in the city of Chicago. Because, no, there's no gender. Gender doesn't exist. No more essentially affirmative action for women, set-asides for women. No more women as a protected class. No more worrying about any perceived, even though it's fictional.
Gender gap wage gap. And
yeah,
gender
right. No, that's all out the window.
So, that's right. So we don't have to worry about that anymore.
So, and this is what needs to be put to the left. Wait a second. If gender doesn't exist, then what are you talking about? How much women make versus men? I don't know. Women versus men. There's no difference.
We're all the
What
same.
are we talking about here? We're the same thing. And Joseph Backholm, who did this, these man on the street interviews, did a very nice job. Sums it up nicely and puts the question out.
There may be nothing more self-evident in the natural universe than the fact that every animal species is divided into two halves, male and female. Yet the most intelligent of those species seems to be wrestling with whether male or female are actually real things. Have we discovered something new, or have we become too clever for our own good?
Too clever by half, or too clever for our own good
point.
is a soft pedaling way to describe it.
So if I have a male cat and a female cat, I'll just say I have cats because they're the same too. I mean, if it works for us, it'll work for them.
Kevin in Libertyville, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Hey, good morning, guys. This whole thing, I'm here to help you again. This whole thing is a freaking red herring. Oh, my God, this is like the house is burning down to the ground, and everyone's focused on the next-door neighbor's rose bush. You watch. The next thing that's going to be talked about is Obama will make some statement that, hey, if you drive a government vehicle or if it's a government vehicle, it has to be both black and white and be representative of all the races. Because, God forbid, we actually talk about things of substance
What's
and
the
real things.
What's the real issue, Kevin? Because culture doesn't matter. So you tell me what the real issue is.
Exactly. The real issue is our economy sucks. It's been 8 years of God.
Thanks, Kevin. You're wrong. Culture is everything. You talk about our economy sucks in your parlance, and all of this these fiscal matters of our debt and our unfunded liabilities and programs that don't work. You don't think there's a cultural undergirding of those issues? You think when we spend beyond our means, that's not a reflection of cultural values, social mores, our own personal responsibility or lack thereof? Everything is culture. Good grief. Wake up. George in Mokina.
Well, good morning. Why, I listen to you guys every day, but why don't you just come out and say you want Hillary Clinton to be president?
Because we don't want Hillary Clinton to be president. We're not voting for her, so you're wrong. Joe in Deerfield.
Hey, guys. You know what? And culture is the underpinning of the society. It is the foundation. It's the bedrock of everything. And these morons want a free education. These kids need to get an 8th grade education. I can't even say the planet needs to end. This is just unbelievable.
Well, I mean, it's sad. I mean, what does our country come to in terms of priorities, too? We should be. I mean, but why are we? Why is Obama doing this? I kept trying to rack my brain. He's trying to make Republicans look bad because lawmakers came forward and opposed this bathroom edict right away.
This is
Ted Cruz is and everybody else, and I stand with Ted Cruz on this issue and everybody else because I have an expectation of privacy for my children, for myself. And I don't know why Obama's doing it besides to make Republicans look bad.
Here's why he's doing it. When a man of the left or a woman of the left says they want to remake America, they mean it. So he said it in 2008, and a lot of people didn't pay attention, including even some erstwhile conservatives like George Will and Charles Krauthammer who got snowed by Obama. Mm-hmm. He's a different sort. Well, no, he's not. And he's the worst sort, actually, of the leftists. He's the front guy for the radical left. When they say it, they mean it, and this is what's happening. And on the way out the door, you've got all of the Obama acolytes laughing at us, laughing at you, explaining their scams in detail, how they snowed you on the Iran deal, how they snowed you on if you like your health insurance, you can keep it, laughing at you. And they're also issuing these diktats as it relates to how your children get educated and in what environment they do, not to mention getting into private business as well. When they say it, believe them. Ralph and Rantoul.
Yeah, good morning.
just like the Never Trumpers. The women out there, some of these younger women who are seemingly confused about what sex is. Of course they know it. It's just all PC speak. But you want to hear them speaking the truth. Start the next movement. Instead of Never Trump, start the next movement. Never aim. After all these unisex bathrooms everywhere get sloppy pottied to death by all the cretins that are going in there, women will be screaming for their own bathrooms. Dear, for the love of all things holy, get these Neanderthals out of our bathrooms so they're not all urinated on.
Thanks for the call, Ralph. Never aim. Hashtag never aim. This is not bad. Mark and Joliet.
Hey, good morning, Dan and Amy. Show me a man who uses his position to force underage children into sexual situations, and I'll show you a man whose computers need to be checked for improper images of little children. And his daughters need to be taken to doctors and checked to make sure that they're still intact where they should be intact as underage girls, because there's no limit to what this man will do.
Thanks for the call, Mark. But by the way, the American College of Pediatricians have weighed in on this.
Oh, yes. Please tell me.
A person's belief that he or she is something they are not, at best, is a sign of confused thinking, the doctors stated. When an otherwise healthy biological boy believes he is a girl, or an otherwise healthy biological girl believes she is a boy, an objective psychological problem exists that lies in the mind, not the body, and should be treated as such. Stephen Hinsdale.
Yes, I went to high school in Ann Arbor, Michigan, with a famous Chicagoan, John Rickards Landecker. And John became elected as our student council president on the platform of the high school needed first-class Johns. And I always thought John Landecker was brilliant in the day, and he certainly was a seminal thinker. And John Landecker had it. We all need first-class Johns.
Yeah.
Thanks much. Have a great day.
Thanks, Steve. Boy, John Rickards Landecker. Nostradamus. Who would have known?
Boys have a penis, girls have a vagina.
Thanks for the tip.
Hard choices. The stories you need to know to start your day. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Plenty of sunshine right now, a lot warmer than we had this past weekend, a high of 67 degrees. But tonight we're going to have a shower in spots, and tomorrow cooler temperatures, a morning passing shower, and then clouds and some sun, a high in the mid-50s. Travel times, how's the inbound Ike? Here's Jim Telemonte.
Thank you, Amy. It's pretty heavy with the delays starting at North Avenue. We're looking at about an hour and 10 minutes from Thorndale to downtown, 55 minutes from Manheim, outbound 58 to Thorndale. The Edens, it's improving inbound, 22 minutes Lake Cook to Montrose, but outbound 35 minutes from Junction to Lake Cook. The Kennedy, 50 minutes either way between O'Hare and downtown. The Stevenson, 55 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 44. The Ryan is 32 minutes, 95th to downtown. Tri-State southbound, stop and go 120 to 137. Northbound slow 115th most of the way to 31st. Roosevelt to North Avenue, eastbound Adams Tollway. Jamming up Bartlett Road to 53. Reagan Tollway slow 31 to 59. Naperville Road most of the way to the Tri-State. Jim Talamonte in the Guardian Security Services Traffic Center.
Spring is here, and with that comes spring cleaning. Register to win a 3-room carpet cleaning courtesy of our good friends over there at Executive Green Carpet Cleaning. And you could do that through the AM560 The Answer mobile app. Visit executivegreencarpetcleaning.com and learn more about their cleaning services, which includes carpets, rugs, upholstery, tile, and grout. Everything you need to freshen up your house for spring.
We've all heard commercials where they chatter about how large their inventory is, how big their discounts are. Well, this is where the zinc meets your metal. Gatto Industrial Platers on Roosevelt Road in Chicago is home to North America's largest plating line. They can handle parts up to 27 feet long, weighing up to 8,000 pounds, including a production rack and barrel zinc plating line that can process up to 300 tons of parts each and every day. But Gatto Platers can also handle zinc plating of a small box of screws and all in between, with 24 to 48-hour turnaround service and a fleet of trucks all over Chicagoland. As their owner, George, says, Gatto is big, we're good, and we're easy to work with. Learn why George says what he says at GattoPlaters.com. That's GATTO Platers.com. Or call George at 800-290-1223. Gatto Platers, proud to sponsor AM 560's Feed the Children program. Find them online at gattoplaters.com.
Are you or someone you know facing foreclosure? Losing the family home? Well, you'd be not alone, so please listen to this. There are a lot of issues in a foreclosure, legal issues, factual issues. Dozens so far, and more coming to light every day. You see, people, we are in the aftermath of what will go down in history as the greatest financial crime in history, from which a lot of people profited immensely. And these people did not always do things entirely legally. That is a foregone conclusion. I'm Lou Bridges. I put together a law firm dedicated to foreclosure defense and to avoiding foreclosure by working with the banks, based on a thorough examination and analysis of all the potential issues and questions. And we have surrounded ourselves with people equally committed to this pursuit of justice.
Call 224-513-1231. That's 224-513-1231. Or visit FightIllinoisForeclosures.com. That's FightIllinoisForeclosures.com. Get real answers from a real foreclosure defense firm and discover the legal tools at your disposal.
World, say hello to my 9 little friends. Remember us? We used to spend a lot of time with you, but that was before I got nail fungus. Yeah, nail fungus. I know, embarrassing, right? But what was a big toe like me supposed to do, eh? We tried doctors, took pills, creams, even considered surgery, but with that I could lose my nail, and there's still no guarantee that the fungus won't come back. Then I tried ClearTouch. ClearTouch is a little handheld device you use at home. ClearTouch is painless because it uses light, light, to travel fast and deep. All that time in hiding and this simple solution was right there at ClearTouch? Well, ClearTouch is even cleared by the FDA because it's safe and works. So if you're hiding your little friends, get ClearTouch. Now listen to the man.
Call 800-278-7144. That's 800-278-7144. That's 800-278-7144 or cleartouchnails.com.
AM 560, The Answer.
Yeah, blurred lines indeed. I'm talking federal diktats, gender identity, and bathrooms. Ann in Algonquin, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Yes, good morning. Well, I just called in to repeat what I think are the most profound words that I've ever heard spoken on this issue, and they were from my former late Congressman Henry J. Hyde, who was congressman from the 6th Congressional District for a long time, and he said these words on the floor of the House back in the 1970s, and they are, "The differences between the sexes is a reality which time has not erased." And I think, people like even our president need to hear those words and to know why they were so reasonable and still are, because, I have to wonder if maybe what his latest, was it executive order now that's going to create the unisex bathrooms? Maybe that's just a follow-up to his releasing all these felons out of the prisons. I mean, they're going to have something to do. So watch for one possibly in a public restroom near you.
And now, a moment of objectivism with Yaron Brook and the Ayn Rand Institute.
Ask almost anybody about Social Security and Medicare, and they'll tell you, I earn my Social Security benefits. I earn my Medicare. But the truth is, you haven't earned your Social Security check. These programs don't save or invest what you put in. The government taxes you when you were young and doles out your hard-earned money to pay for retirement and medical expenses of the old today. When you retire, your benefits will be taken from the working youth. Social Security and Medicare are giant welfare programs that force retired Americans and the working young to participate. It adds insult to injury to call them earned benefits. You can't earn a right to have others support you. From the Ayn Rand Institute, I'm Yaron Brook.
This has been a moment of objectivism from the Ayn Rand Institute. To learn more, listen to the Yaron Brook Show, Saturdays at 4 on AM 560, and visit ariradio.com.
Mark your calendar, Chicago, for Tuesday, June 7th at the Langham Hotel for the 5th Annual Atlas Shrugged Revolution Dinner. This event has everything: a worthy cause, engaging speakers including AM 560's Joe Walsh, a beautiful venue, and fantastic food. Plus, it's your chance to target your support of the Ayn Rand Institute for students in the Chicagoland area. Complete details are online at aynrand.org/Chicago. That's aynrand.org/Chicago.
Here's some great news. Jack Taboda of Taboda & Associates can help you with your retirement game plan. You know Jack, or you should. Jack is the president and founder of Taboda & Associates. He's been helping folks just like you retire successfully for 3 decades. Jack has the insight, information, strategies, and experience you can use to build wealth and keep it. Live good. Retire well with Jack Taboda of Taboda & Associates. 630-777-7955. 630-777-7955.
If you could quickly and painlessly clear your psoriasis or vitiligo, would you?
No matter how big the psoriasis is, no matter how small the psoriasis, we can help you.
Ashley is a clinical specialist for Extract, the amazing in-office treatment for psoriasis and vitiligo that's clinically proven to show immediate results with up to 95% clearance.
What my patients love most about the Extract treatments is it's safe, it's FDA cleared, and they're seeing results very quickly.
End the embarrassing, painful patches and discoloration with Extract. There's no medications, no topical ointments, and virtually no side effects. Extract uses light to transform your skin and change your life. It's covered by all major insurances and Medicare, and will help you find a doctor close by.
I love what I do. I love coming in every day and making a difference in patients' lives. It's amazing.
Call now to live Extract Clear. Call 800-978-3554. That's 800-978-3554. 800-978-3554 or visit xtracradio.com. Qualified patients, certain restrictions apply.
Sunshine today, high 67. WIND Chicago News Time is 8 o'clock.
Fox News Radio. I'm Dave Anthony. More than 3 years after the attack at the U.S. consulate in Libya that killed 4 Americans, the investigation is not over, nor is the political fight. Fox's John Decker live at the White House.
The top 2 Democrats on the Select Benghazi Committee say Committee Chairman Trey Gowdy is ignoring statements by his own former lawyer indicating that the U.S. military acted properly on the night of the deadly Benghazi terrorist attacks. Congressman Elijah Cummings and Adam Smith say in a letter that Gowdy's actions, coupled with delays, have damaged the credibility of the Select Committee beyond repair. Republicans say the Obama administration has failed to produce needed documents, delaying a final report. Dave?
John, 27 ISIS militants are dead, hit by U.S.-led airstrikes and Turkish shelling. The presidential envoy to the anti-ISIS coalition, Brett McGurk, says the Islamic terrorists are losing ground.
The caliphate, as they call it, this perverse caliphate, is shrinking. So they are very much on the defensive. They have not retaken any territory, really, since their operations in Ramadi going all the way back to May.
Though ISIS keeps up its attacks in Iraq, killing nearly 30 people yesterday. 2 days after a New York Times story into Donald Trump's behavior with women called crossing the line, a woman who claims she was misquoted in the story, Roanne Brewer-Lane, now says,
"He never offended me in any way. He was very gracious. I saw him around all types of people, all types of women. He was very kind, thoughtful, generous."
Trump calls the story a lame hit piece. Hillary Clinton keeps attacking Trump.
We want somebody who can protect us and work with the rest of the world. Not talk about building walls, but building bridges.
She's still battling Bernie Sanders with primaries tomorrow in Kentucky and Oregon, but Clinton still has a huge lead in superdelegates, prompting Trump to urge Sanders to run as an independent, saying Democrats have mistreated him. A cancer patient in Massachusetts has made history, receiving the first transplant of a male organ in the U.S. The lead surgeon expects him to have normal urinary and perhaps even sexual function. Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
Mostly sunny skies, 48 degrees at 8:02 on AM 560. The Answer. Good morning. I'm Mike Scott. Another night and another morning of long lines. American Airlines says it had to actually provide cots for passengers overnight at O'Hare. They say passengers missed their flights because they waited for more than 2 hours to get through security lines at the airport, and the lines continue to be very long this morning, although moving. Many passengers are missing flights again today at O'Hare. A man is dead after his vehicle was struck by a Metro train on the south side of Chicago. The crash happening last night near 119th and Marshfield. San Francisco emerging as a candidate to host the Lucas Museum again. City supervisor telling the Tribune that discussions are underway to bring that project back to the West Coast. Museum representatives started searching for a new site after Chicago's Friends of the Parks filed suit to keep that facility off Chicago's lakefront. Authorities in Lake County say 5 have been hospitalized after appearing to overdose on an unknown substance. Deputies administered doses of naloxone, which is an anti-overdose drug, to 2 unconscious people. Nationally, there's a growing toll from the misuse of both addictive pain-killing narcotics and heroin. And a federal judge is set to begin a trial to help him decide Whether changes Republicans have made to Wisconsin's voting laws may burden minorities and other liberal and progressive-leaning constituencies. The proceeding is expected to last 9 days. Yankees nipped the White Sox, while the Pirates beat the Cubs 2-1. The news service of Blue Cash preferred card from American Express with 6% cash back at U.S. supermarkets on up to $6,000 in purchases. That means 6% cash back on those cheeses you can't pronounce, but eat anyway. Start earning cash back at AmexBlueCash.com. Terms apply. 8:04, time for the AM 560 Business Beat from the Fox Business Network, a service of Turnkey.pro. Here's Jenny Casola.
From the Fox Business Network, Berkshire Hathaway's Warren Buffett is confirming he's offering financial help to buy Yahoo. Buffett is offering money to a group that includes the founder of Quicken Loans, Dan Gilbert. Pfizer is buying the maker of skin treatments, Anacor Pharmaceuticals, which produces a treatment for eczema. South Korea is ordering the recall of hundreds of diesel-powered Nissan SUVs. The South Korean government is accusing Nissan of cheating on emissions tests. Nissan denies using cheating devices. You'll be seeing more private label brands from Amazon.com. The Wall Street Journal says Amazon is expanding its own line of products. Gannett is offering even more money to buy Tribune Publishing. So far, Tribune, parent company of the Chicago Tribune and LA Times, has not been interested in Gannett's offer. With the Fox Business Report, I'm Ginny Cosola.
It's 8:05 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Personal finance is 80% behavior, 20% head knowledge.
Dave Ramsey.
The reason you're in debt is behavior, not math. The way you get out of debt is behavior, change, not math. You can't borrow your way out of debt. How many times have you heard someone say, I had a whole bunch of credit card debt and I paid it off by getting a second mortgage? You didn't pay it off, you moved it.
The Dave Ramsey Show, weeknights starting at 7, right before Michael Medved at 10. Presented by Wintrust Community Bank on AM 560. The Answer.
Hey, the security officers at your business are an extension of your business. Because they are, you got to have the best. Often the first person your customer meets is your security officer, so they need to be professional, friendly, and courteous. Hey, if you're having issues with your security provider, don't tolerate it. Man, call Guardian Security Services. They're friends of mine. They're at the top of their game, setting the bar for customer service for the past 41 years in Chicago. Easy to reach if you have questions. They pride themselves on a client retention ratio greater than 95% and the best training and vetting practices in the industry. Hey, if you're unhappy with your on-site security officer or doorman, hey, call Guardian Security Services. Get a free consultation and tell them Joe Walsh sent you. Right now, call 708-385-3300. That's 708-385-3300 or online at guardiansecurityinc.com.
People all across the country are enjoying the flexibility of working when they want, earning extra money on their schedule when they drive with Uber.
With Uber, you can write your own paycheck. You sign up, you get approved, and you start earning money right away. Right away, like the next day. Turn it on when you want to make money, you turn it off when you don't. It's just that simple. What are you waiting for?
Enjoy the flexibility of working when you want, earning extra money on your schedule. Sign up to Drive with Uber today. Go to drivewithuber.com. That's drivewithuber.com.
It's the Ready to Ride sales event and time to gear up for your ultimate adventure. Ride the waves or take on trails with control and peace of mind. Sea-Doo watercrafts and Can-Am ATVs are engineered to perform and excite. Get your Sea-Doo starting at $51.99 and save up to $1,000 on select 2015 Can-Am ATVs. Get ready to ride because the fun starts now. Visit RJ's Recreational Vehicles in West Chicago. Restrictions may apply. See dealer for details. For safety and training info, contact the ATV Safety Institute.
8:07 in our Guardian Security Services Traffic Center, the very latest with Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. On the inbound Edens, it's 21 minutes from Lake Hook to Montrose, but outbound 35 with delays Montrose to Winnetka Road. Kennedy, 52 minutes, O'Hare to downtown, outbound 50. The Eisenhower's an hour and 15 minutes. Thorndale to the post office, 57 minutes from Manheim, outbound 45 to Manheim. It's an hour to Thorndale. Stevenson, 55 minutes, 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 44. Ryan, 32 minutes, 95th to downtown. Issue Ford outbound, there's a crash involving two semis, left lane blocked. Check that one semi involved, we're told now. It's just before 80-94 in the two left lanes. Tri-State southbound slow 120 to 137. Northbound Southwest Highway to 31st and Roosevelt to the Grand Avenue curve. Veterans Memorial really heavy from I-55 most of the way to Roosevelt and North Avenue to 290. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560. The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast. From the AirComfort.com Weather Center, here's our meteorologist, Kevin Snyder.
Today, thickening clouds, high 67. Tonight, mainly cloudy with a shower in spots, low 47. Cooler tomorrow with a passing morning shower, then clouds and sun for the afternoon with a high of 58 and a low of 40. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560, The Answer.
51 at O'Hare. Next news, 8:30. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Turnkey IT, giving you the freedom to focus on your business while they handle the technical stuff. Turnkey IT.
Good morning. Welcome to your Monday morning briefing. Here's what you need to know to start your day.
What's your name again? John Miller. What is your position? Well, I'm sort of handling PR because you get so much of it.
Is it you?
No, I don't think it. I don't know anything about it, and this sounds like one of the scams, one of the many scams. Doesn't sound like me.
Is there a difference in your mind between men and women?
Possibly.
I started skipping school because I didn't feel safe in school.
It's very important that the school district set the example and show that inclusion is the way to go, and it's also the law.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. You know, Amy, I enjoy going to Vegas.
Oh, yeah. I bet you're good at
I like to
blackjack, Texas Hold'em.
I like to partake in games of chance from time to time, and Vegas is a good place
or
to do that.
as you say, games of chance.
Yes. Perhaps place a wager on a sporting event.
Oh, such as what sporting? When's the last one you placed a wager on? Last game that you can remember?
Boy, I don't know. I'd have to go back a bit.
Do you do FanDuel?
No, I don't do FanDuel or DraftKings. Although it's pretty
It's
cool.
tempting,
I've looked
though.
at it, but I just haven't had the time to do it. I have to find my kind of inner arrested adolescent and get back to that. But you know what would make a trip to Vegas that much more entertaining?
What?
The opportunity to boo Barbara Boxer. And I'm a little jealous of the Bernie supporters that went to the Nevada Democrat Convention on Saturday because they had an opportunity I only can dream of having.
Without further ado, I present to you Senator Barbara Boxer.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I bring a message from Bernie Sanders, and I bring a message from Hillary Clinton. We need civility in the Democratic Party. Civility. Because the whole future of the country is at stake. Now, when you boo me, you're booing Bernie Sanders. Go ahead. You're booing Bernie Sanders.
Excuse me, Senator Boxer.
Excuse me.
That's Senator Bernie Sanders. I think he's earned it.
It was chaotic. A few arrests were made, but Bernie Sanders delegates were upset because they claimed that 6 of their people were not allowed into the caucuses, that their seats were taken, and the whole reasoning behind it, you explained it earlier eloquently, and I need your help here.
Well, there was a vetting of Bernie delegates to make sure that they met the threshold requirement to be a delegate for the Nevada Democrat Party, which, you know, particular strictures that are unique to Nevada. Every party in every state sets their own rules, but it was things like voting Democrat in the last primary election. And so there was a bit of a revolt on their hands. It got so bad that at one point, a woman, while one of the functionaries is delivering some report, another woman runs up onto the stage and into the microphone and says, "We need a medic up here. We need a medic."
Boys have a penis, girls.
We got a bleeder!
Yes. I don't know which is
I
which.
don't know which
But
stamp.
what is that noise? Is that coming from your phone?
No, it's not coming from my phone. It's coming from this box here.
That's a computer.
That would be.
Yeah. Infernal
this-
contraption.
Is this
Okay,
internet
Strom
thing gonna stay?
So there was that, and then this all led to I think she's the state party chairman for the Democrats in Nevada, Roberta Lang, going up to the dais and quickly adjourning the convention to the same response that Barbara Boxer enjoyed.
I'll take a motion to accept the PLEOs and at-large delegates as submitted by the campaigns. Do I have a motion? I have a motion. Is there a
What a...
second? All in favor, say aye.
No, the ayes have it.
Did you hear him like, no?
Right. And there's, and then there was
people think Republicans are crazy. Yeah, take a look at that video.
Well, and the people filming it, the Bernie supporters filming
Oh.
it, had some choice words. What the frack is going on, and
yeah.
other such exclamations.
But they had to wrap it up because the Clark County Sheriff's deputies were coming.
They were deployed to scrape the Bernie Sanders supporters out of the convention hall for their unruliness. But it's very interesting because it's not just entertaining to watch Barbara Boxer get booed and to have unrest at a Democrat state party convention. It's also instructive that as much talk as there is of the Republican Party disintegration, there's a lot of consternation on the left, too. There are a lot of Bernie supporters, none too happy with the processes, none too happy with the putative nominee of the party to which they identify. And it leaves open the question of where they may end up, if anywhere, in a general election with those people that Hillary would need to be the president of the United States.
And that's what I think. And that's what Donald Trump is doing, is that the Bernie Sanders supporters may very well likely go over to support Donald Trump.
Well, and here's another story about Hillary that's very interesting. You know, we're focused so much on waiting for Jim Comey to issue his findings from this months-long investigation into the server, and will he or will he not refer Hillary Clinton for criminal charges to Department of Justice. Let's not forget about the Clinton Foundation.
Oh, yeah.
All Clinton Cash, Peter Schweitzer's book, all those things that have been documented about the unusual business model and mode of operation of the Clinton Foundation. This is all going to come back. This story in the Washington Examiner. After more than a year of research, a Wall Street analyst is arguing the Clinton Foundation's books are riddled with financial inconsistencies that rise to the level of fraud. This may not come as a surprise to anyone, but you got to document it, make your case, produce the evidence. Charles Ortel, who gained recognition nationally for correctly identifying the problems with GE's financial statements in 2008, has prepared 40 reports highlighting discrepancies that he said proves the Clinton Foundation has covered up cash flow since 1997. His 15 months of research revealed gaps in the amount of money donors claim to have given and the amount of money the foundation claims to have received. Remember, this is governed by the IRS, that same IRS that is very aggressive when it comes to persecuting conservatives who are applying for 501c3 status or asking people to produce their prayers and whatnot for IRS review, if only they were as diligent about the Clinton Foundation. Interestingly, too, the Clinton Foundation has been removed from Charity Navigator.
Oh, really? That's a big deal.
One of these sites that ranks charities, so you get to make sure your money is being used to a charity that's reputable and it's got low overhead and those sorts of things. The Charity Navigator removed it because of its, quote, atypical business model that cannot be accurately captured by methods used to size up traditional charities.
Oh, that speaks volumes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Diamond and silk.
So the fraud that was the fraud that may have been committed by the Clinton Foundation, combined with the illegal trafficking and classified materials that was done by Hillary Clinton as Secretary of State, combined with the possibility of leveraging the Secretary of State's office as a way to funnel cash to the Clinton Foundation. We got a lot here, lot to unpack. And if Hillary Clinton does avoid the sword of Damocles as it pertains to the FBI, the next 5 months, we're going to unpack all of this over and over and over again. You can be sure Donald Trump will seize on it as well, and we'll decide if the American people will decide if someone who maybe criminally unfit to be president of the United States is worse than someone who may have
Be careful with your description.
may have kind of challenges with respect to mental stability. How about that?
Connect with Dan and Amy using the AM 560 mobile app. Download it today at 560theanswer.com/mobile.
Plenty of sunshine right now, warmer than we have had this weekend. It's 53 degrees right now at O'Hare, going up to a gorgeous high of 67 degrees. Tonight, some showers, and then tomorrow morning we'll have a passing shower. Otherwise, mostly cloudy. A little bit of sunshine by the afternoon, a high of 58 degrees. Are any numbers good on the roadways? Here's Jim Telemonte.
Maybe it's getting better on the inbound Edens, looking at 19 minutes. Lake Cook to Montrose, but outbound 35 minutes. The inbound Kennedy is getting heavier, 55 minutes. O'Hare to downtown, a little quicker in the Express. And outbound, it's 55 minutes. Downtown to the airport, the Eisenhower, an hour and 15 minutes. Thorndale to downtown, outbound a full hour. Stevenson, 55 minutes, 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 44. The Ryan, 32 minutes, 95th to downtown. Lakeshore Drive, southbound slow Wilson to Fullerton and 18th to the Stevenson. Northbound from Stevenson to Jackson. Tri-State southbound, stop and go 120 to 137. The northbound delays are Southwest Highway to 31st and Roosevelt to the Grand Avenue curve. Adams Tollway very slow, Higgins to 53. The Reagan Tollway and Veterans Memorial, pretty heavy delays too. From Jim Talamonte and the Guardian Security Services Traffic Center.
We're so excited about our sold-out golf outing at the Bolingbrook Golf Club coming up on Thursday, June 16th to benefit Operation Support Our Troops America.
If you weren't able to get in this year, don't worry. You can still reserve a tee time at the Bolingbrook Golf Club anytime this spring or summer by visiting BolingbrookGolfClub.com.
And thanks to the sponsors who are making our golf outing possible.
Remax Professionals, Charity Golf International, Dr. Amy and Associates, MJ Miller and Company Jewelers in Barrington, Augustino's Rock and Roll Deli, and Pearl Mortgage.
After a rough day on the range, a fella can get a bit saddle sore. That's why I use Blue Emu Original Super Strength Cream. It works fast and penetrates deep to soothe my tired muscles and joints.
And he don't stink.
And I'll tell you one thing, I had no idea this stuff was so darn handy.
Blue Emu Original Super Strength Cream. Available at all major retailers. It works fast for long-lasting soothing of tired muscles and joints.
And you won't stink.
CertaPro painters are here for every stage of your life, from moving into a new home, creating the ideal nursery, to reinventing your living space. CertaPro painting experts create the perfect setting while you do life. They came to our home and brightened our walls and our moods so very quiet they wouldn't wake a baby. But the best part? They clean up after themselves so you don't have to do it. And now that spring is here, it is the perfect time to spruce up your home's exterior. Take a look at your home. Do you see chipping, peeling, fading? Well, leave it to CertaPro painting experts to refresh, renew, and protect your biggest investment, your home. Now is the time to call for your free estimate and schedule your exterior painting project. 1-800-GO-CERTA, 1-800-GOCERTA. That's CERTA with a C. Or visit CertaPro.com today, CertaPro.com. CertaPro Painters, we do painting, you do life. Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated.
AM 560, The Answer.
Dan and Amy, so let me get some local politics in here as well, because it turns out, I know people want to zero focus on Trump versus Hillary, and that's understandable, but your state government in the state you live?
Oh, yeah, how's that budget going?
Well, it has a more direct and more immediate and more repetitive impact on your life than does the federal government. It's just a fact. It's also the government that's a little bit closer to you, so you have more opportunity to change it. And if you don't believe me, all you have to do is look at your property tax bill. And then there was this story that came out on Friday. Instead of eyes on the budget, a couple of state lawmakers had their eyes on their phones and other devices.
I'm sure they were checking, their work emails and texting back and forth with constituents.
Right. Yes, right, being hyper-responsive. Yeah, precisely. Yeah. Well, not for State Reps Mike Smitty. He's a Democrat from the Quad Cities. And Kate Clunan, she's a Democrat from Kankakee. She was playing Candy Crush during the debate over providing hundreds of millions of dollars in funding to state colleges and universities. Smitty was also found playing a game at his seat until they recognized a camera overhead, and then, of course, they quickly put away their devices.
Was it a mounted camera that zoomed in on them playing the games? And did you see him? Was she successful in Candy Crush?
I don't know what score she obtained at Candy Crush. Was there a regret? Was there an apology? Was there contrition?
Yes.
Kate Clunan said she's been focused on working to end the budget impasse, so she did not apologize or express any regret.
Please don't tell me she denied it.
She just didn't address it. And then Smitty.
Smitty.
I don't know why.
I love that name, Smitty.
Yeah.
It's
What's that from?
inside joke. Just somebody new in college named Smitty. And everybody goes, Smitty! So anyway, what did Smitty do? Maybe they're related.
I'm so glad I didn't go to University of Iowa. I knew about the higher education bill. I had been in caucus. I knew what it was going to do for my schools. That's what Smitty said in defense. And here's the deal. Since they're both nothing more than roll call votes for Mike Madigan,
right?
They just have to wait to do what they've been told to do in terms of press the red button or press the green button. Then, of course, they can play games because what else is there to do? They're just kind of killing time waiting to execute what they've been told to execute per the chips that have been implanted in their brains by Speaker Madigan, so they just follow orders. But it's instructive because people do a terrible job of connecting dots. We talk about it with respect to these cultural issues like transgenderism and bathrooms and edicts from the federal government. This is a non-issue. We should be talking about Muslims persecuting Christians and why we're not doing anything about it. Do you understand that at the base of all this is the same fundamental problem, that we do not make judgments? We do not see good or bad, right or wrong anymore. At least some of us do not. And so we're not going to act in furtherance of right or against wrong because there is no right and wrong. There's just what you think. And what you think is equivalent to what I think, even if we think different things. So that has vast implications. And people don't make connections. They just look at issues in a silo, which is exactly what political ruling classes in Springfield and D.C. want you to do. So wake up. Connecting the dots, those people in Central Illinois that are represented by Kate Clunan and Kankakee Bourbonnais, those people in the Quad Cities that are represented by Mike Smitty, and around the state, Democrat roll call votes for Madigan, particularly up here in Cook and the Collar counties, who do not have minds of their own and just do what they're told to do and have been doing so at his bidding for 40 years as they've come and gone. That has implications. Connect the dots to your phony baloney legislator who pretends to be someone he or she is not while they're in district, and then goes down to Springfield and is just a Madigan automaton. Can you connect those dots so that we can try and bring the state back from the precipice of collapse? And now, of course, I say this as someone who runs a super PAC that supports Republican legislative candidates, generally speaking. And so, factor that in the interest of full disclosure, factor that into this discussion however you see fit. But connect the dots, and I would be as critical of some Republican legislators not having minds of their own as I would Democrats. But it's just amazing to me. I know Kate Clunan and Kankakee. She's really nice. Well, all your nice legislators that you know or that you've met at some function, Friday night fish fry or what have you, they go down to Springfield and they do some not nice things at the behest of a couple of people. So wake up, Illinoisans, and start connecting some dots so you start understanding how state government works and you start understanding why Illinois is the worst governed state in the nation. And come November, maybe you do something about it.
Hear about the big stories of the day, then talk about them right here on Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Hi, I'm Lex Howard, CEO of Balance of Nature. Statistics show that most people will listen to this commercial 7 times before they finally purchase Balance of Nature. Don't be a statistic. Take action to determine your future.
Well, I'm pretty stupid. I should have ordered it 15 years ago. Best thing I ever got in my... It's the most effective product that I've ever bought in my life. Yeah, I tell everyone to get it, but everyone gives you a wise answer. Oh, just eat good food. Well, how are you going to eat 15 fruits and whatever? Unless you lived on a farm.
I'm doing well. I definitely have more energy, and there's a big improvement.
Begin giving your body the fruits and vegetables it needs every day. Accept and complete Dr. Howard's 120-day health challenge to earn a free month supply of Balance of Nature. Call 1-800-2468-751. That's 1-800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com. Use promo code CHICAGO.
On AM 560 The Answer, we talk about the important issues that affect your world. Things like the economy, education, and foreign policy. There's always so much going on in the news that we don't always have the time to focus in and talk about the big ideas behind the important issues. Enter Upstream Ideas online at upstream-ideas.com. Upstream Ideas, in partnership with the Illinois Policy Institute, provides the kind of information that informs the policy discussions happening here on AM 560. At Upstream Ideas, you'll broaden the debate, move beyond partisan assumptions, and challenge accepted beliefs. Upstream Ideas goes against the current and thinks upstream. Go online now at upstream-ideas.com. That's upstream-ideas.com. You'll be armed with new information and fresh perspectives to help encourage you to make the state of Illinois and the United States of America a bit freer, a bit more just, and a bit more civilized. Upstream-ideas.com.
Hey, let's get sentimental. Think about how much your father means to you. Now ask, what am I getting Dad for Father's Day on June 19th? It's weird, but did you know that 82% of all people don't know that you're supposed to change pillows every 2 years or less? That's because pillows absorb dead skin, dirt, skin, oils, and dust mites that can cause allergies, acne, asthma, and who knows what else. So if you haven't already done so, you need a washable MyPillow, and so does your dad. I may buy one for my dog Hunter. With a 10-year warranty, it's a great gift and health investment as well. And you'll sleep better. I do. That's why MyPillow is the official pillow of the National Sleep Foundation. Visit MyPillow.com or call 1-800-489-0201. Use the promo code Joe for the 2-for-1 offer. Keep one for you. Do it now. 800-489-0201 or online at MyPillow.com. Promo code Joe. 800-489-0201.
AM 560, The Answer.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
I think gender identity ideology doesn't impact you. Who cares? Well, we'll tell you how it's going to impact the quality of health care you receive. Do you care now at 8:38?
And Donald Trump, many of you asked, he has changed his position on gender-neutral bathrooms. Surprise, surprise. And then later, meet America's newest multimillionaires who said God gave them the winning lottery numbers. It's a great story. But first, let's go into Mike Scott with news from here at home and around the world. Good morning, Mike.
Amy and Dan, good morning. 51 degrees. Marco Rubio not a running mate. Donald Trump says he's not considering the Florida senator. The denial comes after former Republican presidential candidate Ben Carson, who was advising Trump on the selection of a running mate, dropped some names to the Washington Post yesterday. Bernie Sanders in hot water with federal election regulators. The FEC says they have found 8 campaign finance violations in a report filed by Sanders in May. Whether it's Donald Trump's tax returns or reports of disrespecting women, the head of the RNC says voters just don't care.
When people are hypocrites, obviously that's when these stories have an impact. But I don't think Donald Trump and his personal life is something that people are looking at and saying, well, I'm surprised that he's had girlfriends in the past.
Reince Priebus on Fox News Sunday. Democratic presidential frontrunner Hillary Clinton and Bernie Sanders readying for tomorrow's primaries in Kentucky and Oregon. A woman has a story to tell, a big story, after a shark clamped onto her arm and wouldn't let go. The woman was hospitalized yesterday after the 2-foot nurse shark clamped on. They couldn't get the shark off. The shark died still attached to her arm. American Airlines says it had to provide cots for passengers overnight at O'Hare because of long security lines that lasted deep into the night, and they erupted again early this morning. San Francisco emerging now as a new candidate to host the Lucas Museum. The city supervisor telling the Tribune discussions are underway to possibly bring that project back to the West Coast and from Chicago's lakefront. And Chicago endured the coldest May 15 in 120 years. National Weather Service says temps during the morning yesterday dipped to 35 officially at O'Hare. Yankees over the White Sox 7-5. Pirates over the Cubs 2-1. The news service of TimeshareExitTeam.com. Do you feel like you're trapped in your timeshare contract? Get out now safely and legitimately at TimeshareExitTeam.com. They'll get you out or get you a full refund, 844-321-EXIT. 8:33 is our time, and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Mike Gallagher says it's time for the GOP to come together.
You know the saying, pride goeth before the fall. So now it's time for people to man up, lose your pride, eat your crow, and unify for the good of the United States of America. Now it's time for the real fight to begin.
The Mike Gallagher Show. Weekdays at 9, right before Dennis Prager at 11 on AM 560. The Answer.
Here Maps, the free app that helps you beat the jam with live traffic info and public transit schedules. Get it now at here.com/commute.
This is your captain speaking. You are now free to roam.
Fact. College Illinois 529 prepaid tuition can help pay tuition at schools across the nation, not just in Illinois. Purchase now and lock in your college cost at today's plan rates before the May 31st deadline. Enroll today at collegeillinois.org.
Tea times, golf outings, driving range, golf academy, brunch, dinner, weddings, banquets, receptions. Find and do it all at the Bolingbrook Golf Club. Info online at bolingbrookgolfclub.com.
Welcome to Staples. Staples Guy, you know what business people hate? Stale coffee? Ink. Right. We have to have it, and it's so darn expensive.
Well, Staples just cut ink and toner prices.
Really?
Add in our 110% price match guarantee, and our prices are unbeatable.
Great. Know what else every business owner hates?
What?
Paper cuts.
So true.
For unbeatable prices on ink and toner, Staples. Make more happen.
Staples will match price plus refund 10% of the difference at checkout for items from retailers operating online in retail stores or products sold and shipped by Amazon. Limited time. See store or staples.com for details.
8:34 in our Guardian Security Services Traffic Center. Let's get the latest with Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. On the Edens, outbound traffic is stop and go. Cicero to Winnetka Road, 30 minutes. Montrose to Lake Cook. Inbound, it's fine at 19. Kennedy, 55 minutes. O'Hare to downtown, outbound 50. The Eisenhower's an hour and 15 minutes. Thorndale to downtown, 55 minutes from Manheim. Outbound, it's 45 minutes to Manheim, an hour to Thorndale. Stevenson, an hour and 5 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 40 minutes. Ryan, 32 minutes, 95th to downtown. Tri-State, southbound it's heavy, 120 to 176. Northbound, stop and go Southwest Highway to 31st and Roosevelt to Grand Avenue. Adams Tollway slow, Barrington Road to 53. Reagan Tollway heavy, 59 to 355. Veterans Memorial, delays are from I-55 to the Reagan Tollway, Butterfield to Roosevelt, and North Avenue to 290. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte, AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the aircomfort.com Weather Center. Sunshine this morning, clouds thicken later today, and we'll top out at 67 with a chance of early evening showers and a shower overnight as well, low 48. 51 at O'Hare. Next news at 9. And Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by the Money Hour Radio Show, Saturday afternoons at 3 on AM 560 The Answer. Brought to you by Pure Shale Financial Group.
Hey, before you read about it on Facebook or Twitter, well, hear about it from your friends. Find out what today's big stories really mean with me, Sean Hannity, today at 2, right here on AM 560 The Answer.
Dan and Amy, so as President Obama is using the heavy boot of the federal government to issue missives to suggest what schools from pre-K through post-secondary must do to accommodate gender dysphoria and create gender identity facilities at their schools. You know, it's not a law, it's not an executive order, it's just a suggestion about emerging conditions, emerging policies. And, of course, we're going to dangle all this money that you may or may not get, depending on the decision you make in front of you. That's the way that they co-opt people.
But either comply or you can be denied Title IX federal funds. Because that's what was going to happen at Fremd High School, and they caved.
It's going to happen at North Carolina, too, and their University of North Carolina has filed suit, in addition to the state of North Carolina, against the federal government. But with this furtherance of the left's worldview, muddled as it is, we are obsessed with gender, except we don't see gender. Okay. Donald Trump has he's evolved in terms of his view on the issue.
His comments are about gender-neutral bathrooms is slightly different than what he first said. Remember in that April town hall meeting on the Today Show that when it comes to the North Carolina bathroom law, he would have left things as they were rather than pass a law requiring that people use it. But now he's saying that it's up to the states to decide whether or not which gender could use which bathroom. So he said it's not for the federal government to decide. It's for states to decide. But here's the problem. If you have a red state like North Carolina deciding that they are against everyone using the bathroom, that you should use the bathroom that you were born into. Like if you're born a man, you should go in the men's washroom. But if you have North Carolina and then if you have a state like Illinois, then politicians in Illinois will tell people not to go to North Carolina, not to spend money in North Carolina if it's a state issue.
Well, they can't tell people from Illinois not to leave for North Carolina, which is what a lot of Illinoisans are doing, and it has nothing to do with the bathroom policy. They've been doing it for years. But here's the deal. The reason you can't just make the Federalist argument is because right now you have the Department of Justice reinterpreting the Civil Rights Act, reinterpreting Title IX, and so it becomes not to mention issuing these thinly veiled threats in the form of emerging conditions correspondence, emerging policies correspondence. So there's got to be, I mean, I guess Trump could say, well, I would pull back the Department of Justice from intervening in this area. But at the federal level, you still have to essentially explain what is the proper interpretation of the Civil Rights Act for the purposes of gender.
Okay, but are the transgenders a protected class?
No, they're not.
So they'd have to change the law.
Well, that's what they're doing.
That's what they're trying to do.
Well, they're doing it through interpretation. They're doing it through executive fiat. There's been no legislative process. They're doing it illegally. I would argue, much as his executive amnesty, President Obama's, with respect to the DACA program, for example, is illegal. But that needs to be fought. Otherwise, who watches the watchman? Who stops where the buck stops with the President of the United States? Here's something else on this matter, because I know some people say, we've had this discussion, these are ancillary issues. It's a misdirection play. It's a distraction from the real issues like Social Security. Okay. How about this?
All of those entitlement programs, yes.
Excellent piece by Ryan T. Anderson, friend of the show on the Daily Signal, dailysignal.com, about the new Obamacare transgender regulations, and that's ultimately the form they're going to take. Make no mistake about it. New Obamacare transgender regulations threaten freedom of physicians. You don't think it's going to impact you, huh? Never impacts me until it does. Hey, what happened? How did it? Oh, I thought it was just going to be for those people. How did it get over to me? Yeah. Welcome to the party, pal. By prohibiting differential treatment on the basis of gender identity in health services, the Obama regulations here will penalize medical professionals and healthcare organizations that, as a matter of faith, moral conviction, or professional medical judgment, believe that maleness and femaleness are biological realities to be respected and affirmed, not altered or treated as diseases. The regulations put forth create, quote, special privileges based on gender identity that will lead to unreasonable and costly litigation for physicians, hospitals, insurers, and others involved in healthcare, in addition to potentially compromising the professional medical judgment of healthcare professionals. So think about Johns Hopkins. I've mentioned this before, but they were the pioneer in gender reassignment surgery, and then they did an assessment of the outcomes for their patients who got the gender reassignment surgery, and they stopped doing gender reassignment surgeries because the outcomes they found to be distressing. But that's no longer acceptable. You're no longer under the regime we're moving toward. You're no longer allowed to pursue the scientific method in terms of analyzing the impacts of the procedures you're providing, because we're politicizing medicine even more than it's already been politicized.
Well, I want you to hear from two transgender students, Dan, who are they're kind of describing what it's like to be a transgender student. Not transsexuals yet, but transgenders who, when it comes to using the bathroom.
I started skipping school because I didn't feel safe in school.
It's very important that the school district set the example and show that inclusion is the way to go, and it's also the law.
Who was the first one? Harvey Fierstein?
No, the first one was a girl who is becoming a boy and is taking testosterone and other hormones to deepen the voice.
I just want to be loved. Is that so wrong?
And the second student is about to start taking the hormones, and he too wants to become a girl.
This from the American College of Pediatricians. Not a right-wing organization. Not a Republican Democrat thing. The American College of Pediatricians. Puberty is not a disease, and puberty-blocking hormones can be dangerous. Reversible or not, puberty-blocking hormones induce a state of disease, the absence of puberty, and inhibit growth and fertility in previously biologically healthy children. That is one of a multi-point statement that the American College of Pediatricians, the doctors that treat children. Do you care about children, or is that a side issue? This is a side issue. This is a distraction. We should talk about Trump versus Hillary. Do you care about children and their health care? Do you care about your health care and the access to it? Then wake up.
A lot of parents across this great nation are very upset.
I will stay at home every day and homeschool.
I understand that times are changing, but I don't think that this is the right solution.
And I agree with those parents. I don't agree that this is the right solution. And now at CPS, they came out with something else just to let parents know that if Johnny feels he wants to be a girl, he can't run into the girls' washroom. You have to actually prove with the school social worker that you're actually going through the transgender process, or you're confused about your identity.
That's a bunch of nonsense.
I'm just telling you that's
nonsense.
So you can't just go into the girls' washroom because you.
Yes, you can. That's what's good. What they're doing is they're setting up a protocol to pretend there's some process by which we designate. But if Johnny comes and says, "I'm a girl, I feel like a girl," who's going to stop him in CPS from going to the girls' bathroom? Nobody. Absolutely nobody. The social worker. This is giving a social worker something to do. Here's my professional judgment. Everybody who says they are this, because who are we to disagree with something that somebody says in terms of their identity? It's nonsense. And this is leveled up, too, where you have college students that are completely lobotomized by political correctness. I mean, the totalitarian re-education camps that are K through 12 through college these days. And this great man on the street piece that the Family Policy Institute in Washington State did. Listen to him interviewing Seattle University students on whether there's any difference between men and women.
Is there a difference in your mind between men and women?
No, yes. I mean, possibly. In general, yes. But I don't know why I think that.
Socially, currently, yes, there is. There is no need for that difference to exist, scientifically and logically.
If you think that you're a male, if you think that you're a female, that matters more than the biological difference.
There's not much difference besides what society forces onto people.
Yeah, there's no scientific difference between men and women.
So it's what society forces on
social
people?
construct. I think there's a difference, but I don't know why I think that, right? Because
she's afraid
thinking is not going on.
She's afraid of being politically incorrect. She got nervous. She got scared. She thought, I don't want to be that person who tells the truth. Because is that politically correct to use pronouns anymore? Maybe not.
Kent in Montgomery on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Hey, we've talked about sports before. How can you ban people from going into sports? Maybe we need to hit the pocketbook of the left and say, listen, I identify now as a black woman. I want all the benefits in my business of being a black woman-owned business.
Yeah, well, I would go, thanks for the call, Ken. I would go the other way. Since there is no such thing as gender, for example, then women business enterprises, that designation for preferential treatment when it comes to contracting, set aside for a specific percentage of WBEs on a construction job or other public jobs. That's all out the window. That's gone. Sports is gone. No male, female. No, that's all gone. Everything is gone. Discussions about like this, all of these studies that we fund with our tax dollars, University of Michigan study, women's preference for smaller competition may account for inequality. When applying for a job or to a college, women seek positions with fewer applicants than men, according to a University of Michigan study. This is genderist. This study, there is no such thing as inequality because there's no such thing as gender. So how can there be such a thing as inequality over something that doesn't exist? So all of that is gone. Strip it all away. Rewrite all of human existence. Rewrite everything we know about the animal kingdom, since we're part of it as mammals. Let's do it. Nate in Bridgeport, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Yes, hello.
Hey, Nate.
What I want to say is
I want a voucher. I don't want to send my kids to public school. If my daughters are going to have to be exposed to these people coming in thinking they're girls and running around the locker room, I want a voucher.
There you go. Thanks for the call, Nate. Ray and Piatone.
Dan, don't you realize since this law came about, there has been no death from bladder explosions of transgender people?
Okay, thanks for the call, Ray. Deborah and Palatine.
Well, let's play this out in another way. What if someday some 45-year-old man wakes up and says, today I feel like I'm a 16-year-old teenage guy, and I want to date 16-year-old girls. And somebody calls him on the carpet for that and says, sorry, you're a pedophile now. No, I think I'm a 16-year-old kid.
Thanks for the call, Deborah. Absolutely. That's ageist. If I identify as such, then that's how I should be treated. Whatever comes from my head and my mouth, that is what it is. That's the truth. That's my truth, and I'm living it. So who are you to judge me as a 48-year-old man, to use Deborah's example, dating, quote unquote, where today it's statutory raping, but tomorrow it could be dating a 16-year-old girl. What about...
there's no more moral boundaries.
What about intra-family? Who are you to draw boundaries?
Well, we talked about that. With same-sex marriages, some moms want to marry their sons because when they die, they could give them their Social Security benefits. Why not? I mean, I love my son. I'm not in a sexual relationship with him, but why can't you marry him?
As Mark Kirk once upon a time said, life is all about who you love and who loves you back. No boundaries. Okay. Kathleen in Evanston.
Hi, good morning. I think this is just so sad. I think a lot of these transgenders are really just delusional. I've worked in a psychiatric hospital. I've been a nurse for 35 years. And, what are we going to do next now? These skeletal young women with anorexia who think they're obese, are we now going to stop feeding them and give them diet pills because they think they're obese when they're not? I mean, the definition of delusion is when you don't live in reality. I mean, granted, there are very few, very, very few people where their gender is ambiguous, and that does happen. But, for example, Bruce Jenner, I mean, he physically, biologically fathered 4 children. He cannot say he is not a male. He is a male. And I just think it's really, really sad that we're treating children with hormones and doing devastating surgery to them when they're really just very confused, and it's tragic.
Thanks for the call, Kathleen. Well said. Rachel in the Northwest Side.
Yeah, I just, as a nurse following up, I just have concerns. I mean, male, biologically, their bodies function so differently. You have hemoglobin levels that are different than female. How does that all play out in the long term as you're trying to treat someone who was a male is now female? How are you, cardiac output functions that are all different. How does that going to, what are the ramifications of treating someone who was once male who is now female? It boggles my mind how we're going to, as a medical profession, treat these patients who have just legitimate functions that are now we have to ignore. I mean, will there be legal ramifications if you're, how are you going to replace the blood on someone who was male and now they're claiming to be female? Well, are you ignoring the fact that now their hemoglobin is such that, I don't know, it's just so mind-boggling to me that we have to try to treat these people as something that they are not.
You're right. Thanks for the call, Rachel. You know what we're going to have to do? We're going to have to teach hemoglobin to not be genderist. That's all.
I just want to be loved. Is that so wrong?
It's news, opinion, insight. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Plenty of sunshine right now. Some clouds by this afternoon, a high of 67 degrees. Tonight, showers and spots. And then tomorrow morning, you're going to be greeted with a passing morning shower, then clouds and sun in the afternoon. But chilly, a high in the mid-50s. How's that inbound Kennedy doing? Here's Jim Telemonte with the answer.
Thanks, Amy. Believe it or not, the travel time has come down nicely. We'll see if it stays that way. But for now, your delays are from Foster to the Burn Circle. It's 45 minutes O'Hare to downtown, 30 from Montrose. No savings in the Express. The Ohio feeder is backed up. And outbound, it's 45 minutes from downtown to O'Hare. The Edens is clear inbound, but outbound, it's 30 minutes. Montrose to Lake Cookslow from Toohey to Winnetka Road. The Eisenhower's an hour and 5 minutes. Thorndale to downtown, 45 minutes from Manheim. Outbound 55 to Thorndale. Stevenson, 55 minutes, 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive. Outbound 40, Ryan is 30 minutes, 95th to downtown. Tri-State southbound now good, but northbound at Stop and Go Archer to 31st and Roosevelt to the Grand Avenue curve. Eastbound Adams Tollway bottled up from Barrington Road to 53. I'm Jim Talamonte in the Guardian Security Services Traffic Center.
Business owners, I want you to stop and think about the one part of your organization that you simply cannot live without. What comes to mind? Your employees, your location, your customers? How about your technology? Let's face it, everything rests on your network running smoothly and efficiently. That's where Turnkey IT comes in. They understand the value of your network and the critical role it plays in your company. They'll keep your network up and running and resolve any problems so you can focus on the important things. Turnkey IT's team of professionals will respond to you quickly, even on the weekends, 24/7. They won't roll their eyes when you ask them questions or try to dazzle you with confusing technical jargon. And this spring, Turnkey IT is offering a free security audit. That's right. Even if you have an IT guy, this free security audit will help you understand if they're keeping your data safe from viruses and hackers. So visit turnkey.pro today to schedule your free security audit and mention that Amy sent you. Again, do it today. Go to turnkey.pro for that free security audit. Turnkey.pro.
Now that spring has arrived, it's likely you're looking forward to the warmer weather. But if you're a business owner, facilities manager, or maintenance engineer, you risk the same potential problem every year. A complete system failure. In fact, up to half of all commercial air conditioning units fail upon startup each season due to the lack of regular maintenance and repair. Let the professionals at Air Comfort make a comprehensive assessment of your mechanical system before there's a problem. A poorly operating air conditioning system results in uneven temperatures and humidity problems, leading to unhealthy mold and mildew growth. Don't compromise your business's overall air quality. Schedule today with Air Comfort. Call 708-345-1900 or visit aircomfort.com. Even if you're under contract with another provider, let Air Comfort provide your second opinion. After all, there's a reason why hundreds of businesses have trusted Air Comfort with their mechanical maintenance for more than 80 years. That's Air Comfort, a tradition of excellence since 1935. You know the name Barbara Walters. Now remember the company, Ameritrust Mortgage.
Ameritrust Mortgage was formed along with a talented professional staff that makes your mortgage process easy, swift, and cost-efficient for you, the home buyer, and for those who refinance. Ameritrust is all-inclusive, start to finish, the way lending should be. At Ameritrust, we believe it has been our privilege to have helped thousands of people over 30 years with purchasing or refinancing their home. We are here to help. Let us customize a loan program for your specific needs, FHA, VA, or conventional. At Ameritrust, the responsibility belongs to me. It's my name on the door. I am the president. I am Barbara Walters. Call Ameritrust now, 815-459-7303. Again, that number is 815-459-7303, or visit us at am560myhome.com.
Ameritrust Mortgage is an equal housing lender. Illinois Residential Mortgage Licensee number 720, NMLS number 217229.
Hi, I'm Lex Howard, CEO of Balance of Nature. Statistics show that most people will listen to this commercial 7 times before they finally purchase Balance of Nature. Don't be a statistic. Take action to determine your future.
I just have to tell you, I love Balance of Nature. I've been telling everybody about it. I can't believe how good I feel. Got my husband taking them now, and he's trying to get his mom to take them, because rarely do I take something where I feel a difference. If I'm just taking vitamin D or my multivitamin, I don't really feel a difference. But when I started taking these, I feel a difference. Like I said, I can't tell you how good I feel.
Begin giving your body the fruits and vegetables it needs every day. Accept and complete Dr. Howard's 120-day health challenge to earn a free month supply of Balance of Nature. Call 1-800-2468-751. That's 1-800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com. Use promo code CHICAGO.
AM 560, The Answer.
America has a serious narcotics problem. 90% of the world's narcotics are taken by Americans. They have a place, but when you're dealing with chronic pain, pain that doesn't go away or which frequently returns, there is a better way. You're masking the pain. We help you find and deal with the source of the chronic pain to get real relief. This is Ken Candido of Chicago Anesthesia Pain Specialists. We're serious players in pain. Our team are national leaders and we're educators in the treatment of pain. We will work with you to diminish or eliminate your pain and help you get your life back. Contact us, we will help you. You don't have to live with chronic pain. We treat all pain. We don't mask it with painkillers and narcotics that are not good for you and which can be addictive. I have a simple message for you. If you or someone you love or someone you know has chronic pain, contact us. Treating chronic pain issues is what we do. We can make it better. Get an appointment and let's talk. MyPainChicago.com, MyPainChicago.com. All the info is available at MyPainChicago.com. Let's make you pain-free.
If medications haven't helped you treat your depression, why haven't you tried TMS therapy offered by Theramind? Now there is a way to successfully treat your depression without the need for meds and their harmful side effects. TMS therapy is covered by most insurance, including Blue Cross Blue Shield of Illinois and Medicare. Don't continue to suffer needlessly. Call Theramind. Don't wait. Call Theramind now. 847-562-5868. The single greatest advancement to date in treating depression is TMS. It's an FDA-cleared, non-drug, safe, and effective treatment. TMS has already changed the lives of over 50,000 patients. Why not you? Visit tmsmind.com. Depression can be beaten, and without drugs. Call Theramind today, 847-562-5868, or get more info at tmsmind.com. That's Theramind at 847-562-5868, or online at tmsmind.com.
Text from Sean from Elmwood Park. How long before we have the group Women with Balls' Lives Matter?
Let's create the hashtag. Thanks so much for joining us this morning. Our thanks to David Stripling, the technical director, and Cesar Perez, the executive producer.
Shake and bake.
We'll see him back here tomorrow at 5 a.m. But now let's go into the newsroom. Here is Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, long lines continuing at both of Chicago's airports, especially at O'Hare this morning. A teen girl fatally stabbed after a fight in the city of Chicago, and Rauner running out of time. Pirates beat the Cubs, Yankees tipped the White Sox, and a sunny morning ahead. WIND Chicago News Time, 9 o'clock.
Fox News Radio, I'm Dave Anthony. He may not be able to catch Hillary Clinton, but Bernie Sanders keeps running, and Donald Trump is telling him don't stop. Fox's Rachel Sutherland live in Washington.
Dave, Trump tweeted that Sanders should run as an independent. Sanders says he's committed to taking the Democratic race to the convention.
We are going to create an economy that works for all of us.
Tomorrow he takes on Clinton in Oregon and Kentucky, where Clinton campaigned over the weekend, blasting Trump's foreign policy.
This is scary, dangerous talk. This is the talk of a loose cannon.
The Nevada Democratic caucus devolved into chaos Saturday when Sanders supporters demanded a recount. Police were called, but no arrests were reported. Dave?
Now, Rachel, voters in California in November could decide whether to raise taxes on cigarettes by $2 a pack. Backers have put enough signatures to get that measure on the ballot. Philip Morris loses at the Supreme Court. The justices refused to hear the tobacco company's appeal of an Oregon jury verdict paying a man whose wife died of cancer $25 million she had smoked low-tar cigarettes. The court has also declined to take up an ExxonMobil case challenging a verdict that cost the oil giant $236 million in New Hampshire over contamination caused by a gasoline additive. Optimism in the fight against ISIS.
The caliphate.
What do you think, Dan? Oh, and Donald Trump's ex-girlfriend. She was on Fox and Friends this morning. That hack piece. They misquoted her. The New York Times did. All right, I'm going to cut something while... Or,
all right.
Okay, or that. All right. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson.
Is getting to the airport 4 hours before your flight the new reality?
I hope not. We're back at 5 a.m. 560, The Answer. People pack so much shit. That's what I want to tell everybody. Like, why? You're going away for 2 days. Really? You need a bag that big? Wait till they get stranded, then they'll learn life lesson. Pack what you can carry.